Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I want to welcome you all. This is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English for May 16th, 2021. It's the North American team. Alex Gork will be presenting today, and I'm your host, Mark Anderson. And I'm delighted to be joined by knowledge seekers from around the world. It seems that we have many here from so many different countries, and we will be uniting all the countries into one as we move to one planet, one nation, and one race for world peace. Let's start out and go into the store for a moment and see some of the products. And hopefully you're availing yourself to some of the new systems Mr. Kesh is putting out. There are cups in there, ceramic cups, and there's many different items within the store. The new advanced pain pen, which is getting rave reviews, and everyone has pain from now and again, whether it's something that's been lingering for a while, or if it's something you did while you were working or playing sports or what have you. So take a look into the store, and this is also a way to support the foundation. And you can also make a testimonial out of the things that you order and you play with. I know has gotten those butterflies, and she's really excited that it's done quite a bit as far as blocking or shielding some of these electromagnetic waves that we all experience, whether it's from the computer or the cell phone or just being in the environment of them. And so this is a shielding device. So there's many in there, and many more will be added as time goes on. So let's go to the store for a moment and just see a couple of the products. Now let's hear from Raphael and some knowledge seekers in Brazil. It was unfortunate they lost some of their information, but we still have some to share and play. And I want to thank them for inspiring us so much around the world with all their hard work and all the cups and all the progress they've achieved in a very short time in Brazil. And even though there's been a little hiccup or an interruption, I'm sure we'll get this resolved, but there's still plenty of information found in the various workshops and different things where they have shared with us and inspired us over the recent period. So let's hear a few minutes from Raphael and a world that we're creating.
We noticed that we needed to improve on how we were spreading information about the cup of life, and so we asked help from the knowledge seekers who had any kind of contacts with medias. We let it be known that we were available to make interviews and explain more about the Cash Foundation solution to coronavirus. In the beginning, we started speaking on small radio stations and YouTube channels, and then we were invited to bigger YouTube channels, and eventually to present the technology in one of Brazil's national TV stations, where we were able to reach the whole country and explain to people how easy it is for them to make the cup of life. We made a cup for the TV host, and he poured the salt water live to finish the cup. The producer was so impressed with the program that halfway through tapping, he made it go live immediately, and they do it very rarely, and then it was rebroadcasted several times during the next week. This TV station reached 50 million people. Our YouTube interviews have reached 100,000 views. And now, every week, we are speaking about the Cash Foundation plasma technology at a radio station that can reach more than 600,000 Brazilians.
Imagine um mundo onde não importasse a cor da sua pele ou que língua você falasse, e que todos fossem tratados de forma igual, porque todos nós teríamos acesso ao mesmo conhecimento. E esse conhecimento seria compartilhado igualmente em todo o planeta.
Imagine a world where it didn't matter what color your skin was, or what language you spoke, and that everyone was treated equal, because all of us would have access to the same knowledge, and that knowledge would be shared equally across the planet.
Imagine a vida onde você não tivesse que ir trabalhar para sobreviver, mas sim trabalhar porque você gosta de compartilhar seus dons com os outros e de fazer parte da felicidade deles.
Imagine life where you didn't have to go to work to survive, but rather you would work because you enjoy to share your inner gifts with others and to be part of their happiness.
Imagine um mundo onde nenhuma criança jamais fosse para a cama com fome, ou simplesmente morresse porque não tinha comida suficiente para comer, porque todos nós saberíamos que já temos toda a energia que precisamos dentro de nós, e que tudo o que precisávamos era apenas conhecimento para acessá-la.
Imagine a world where no child ever went to bed hungry or simply died because there wasn't enough food to eat, because we would all know that we already have all the energy we need inside us, and that all we needed was just the knowledge to access it.
Imagine um mundo onde ninguém jamais morresse de doença, porque cada um de nós entenderia o que é doença e como nos reconciliarmos uns com os outros e com o nosso meio ambiente.
Imagine a world where no one ever died of disease, because each of us would understand what disease is and how to bring ourselves back into balance with each other and our environment.
Meus amigos, vocês podem dizer a si mesmos: tudo isso que foi dito são apenas sonhos que nos foram contados pelos profetas do passado. Mas olhem para o nosso mundo hoje. Ele está pior do que nunca. E eu responderia a vocês: não, meus amigos. Hoje chegou a hora da mudança. E todos nós podemos fazer parte dela.
My friends, you may say to yourself, these are all dreams that were told to us by the prophets of the past. But look at our world today. It's worse than it has ever been. And I would reply, no, my friends. Today, the time for change has arrived, and we can all be a part of it.
E é sobre isso que se trata a Fundação Cash. A nova tecnologia em troca da paz mundial, da prosperidade e da igualdade. Não é um sonho, mas uma realidade que você mesmo pode ver e experimentar agora.
This is what the Cash Foundation is about. The new technology in exchange for world peace, prosperity and equality. It's not a dream, but a reality that you can now see and experience yourself.
And we'd love to thank the Brazilian team of knowledge seekers. That was just a short excerpt off a longer video that was from January 1st, 2021, which you can find on the YouTube channel of the Cash Foundation. So you can see the longer video of that, but they've been very inspiring to the rest of the knowledge seekers, and they've worked very, very hard. So even though their knowledge seems to be lost, or the archives have gotten hacked with, there's still plenty of information out there, and we continue to share and thank the Brazilian language community for all their hard work as it continues on. Now I'd like to go into the plasma reactor group, and Mr. Kesh stopped by there this week, and he laid out a beautiful 30 minutes or so, longer than that, much longer than that. But anyway, let's take a 30-minute, if you have the time, and hopefully you can absorb more. And this will give you sort of an overview, in a way, of where the foundation has been and where it's going. And you can share this, this knowledge if you internalize it a little bit. You'll be able to share it with others, and you can actually tell them what's going to be appearing in the coming days and months. As we're almost heading into June, Mr. Kesh will be in Tehran, hopefully, near the back end of June, as he said, and starting in July, you're going to see these teachings, these cleanups, and so on. So let's go to Mr. Kesh and hear what he had to say for about 30 minutes or so. It's a beautiful, beautiful, as all of his presentations are. And hopefully you can absorb as much as you can absorb from this. And we can ask some questions or provide some answers afterwards. I think we'll start again with another question from Jefferson, who's also part of the Brazilian language community. And we want to thank you, Jefferson.
Welcome, Mark. Hello, Mr. Kesh. And I ask a question is Jefferson from Brazil. Yes. Jefferson Rodriguez. Always glad to talk to you. How can we spread this knowledge to the whole humanity in the way they can understand without studying or understanding the higher levels? Because the humanity, or the people, the trees and the animals in this planet, and even the planet, must be interacted in this effort of to bring this technology or this knowledge fact. How can we spread this to the whole humanity or the existence people around?
I'm going to be a bit nasty here.
Yeah. Thank you.
With use and introduction of the technologies and materials in past century, we have changed everything on this planet. As humans, or we call ourselves the king of the creation on this planet, with whatever they call CO2, whatever we call it global warming, whatever we call it the pollutions of the waters, the pollution of the air. We done everything through introduction of the technologies, which we tested. Now, with the knowledge we have, we can do the same. Knowingly or unknowingly, if enough of us put enough of these materials, which are the big cornerstones of the life on this planet, we change the same. It's not just for humanity. How many animals have been destroyed in past 100 years with the introduction of the materials we brought in? How many has become extinct? How many forests we have destroyed with so many millions of years of evolution in it gone? Be it by new technology, be it by contamination. Now we have to do the same thing with gases. Some we introduce directly and some we, through the operation, we change. We've seen it in China. Chinese, through water, gas waters for years in lakes, and now we see changes part of China. We come to a position that we can bring these changes the way we've seen. We have a direct effect on the what we call eco cycle and what we call it psychosomatic, but I call earth somatic. In a way, if we change the atmosphere of and the condition of the fields of this planet, the physicality of this planet, which is its animals and its waters, will change. We are looking in the wrong way. And one of the first things which we will see changes to come up, hopefully, will start changing city by city. Are we setting examples city by city? And then it'll take hold. Then it'll change. When we change the environment of the cities, we can change the environment of the planet over a short time. The best thing happened to us is this position of the environment and even the corona, even a lot of other things. We are in a conjuncture where by introducing technology like gas technology, we can change not only the man, the atmosphere, the whole of the planet. And it needs to take shape, and it starts from somewhere. And we see it. And there are millions of knowledge seekers who are just waiting to come to that point. And after June, we're there. Every effort has been done. After June of this year, Keshe Foundation will become an international organization, very much leading the scientific world.
Don't know, we're having a little hiccup here. Let's see if we can get back to it. Let's pause this. Let's back it up a here. Okay, it's not cooperating for some reason. Let's see, where were we? 334. Okay, I'm going to stop this. And we're going to go back to it. And let's see if we can, no, it's not coming through. That's strange. All right. Bear with me for a moment. Very interesting. No, it's not cooperating. Let's see if we can pull it back up again and go back to it. Sorry about this.
Disclaimer.
I think we're going to start about 331. And we'll take it from the top.
How many forests we have destroyed with so many millions of years of evolution in it gone. Be it by new technology, be it by contamination. Now we have to do the same thing with ganses. Some we introduce directly and some we, through the operation, we change. We've seen it in China. Chinese through water, gas waters for years in lakes, and now we see changes part of China. We come to a position that we can bring these changes the way we've seen. We have a direct effect on the what we call eco cycle, and what we call it psychosomatic, what I call earth somatic. In a way, if we change the atmosphere of and the condition of the fields of this planet, the physicality of this planet, which is its animals and its waters, will change. We are looking in the wrong way. And one of the first things which we will see changes to come up, hopefully, will start changing city by city. Are we setting examples city by city? And then it'll take hold. Then it'll change. When we change the environment of the cities, we can change the environment of the planet over a short time. The best thing happened to us is this position of the environment and even the corona, even a lot of other things. We are in a conjuncture where by introducing technology like gas technology, we can change not only the man, the atmosphere, the whole of the planet. And it needs to take shape, and it starts from somewhere. And we see it. And there are millions of knowledge seekers who are just waiting to come to that point. And after June, we're there. Every effort has been done. After June of this year, Keshe Foundation will become an international organization, very much leading the scientific world. All the things for it, unless something goes drastically wrong, is set to do so to get there. Then we can change. And from July onwards, we start seeing what we call the application of technology in a very big way around the world. And then we start changing the atmosphere, we start changing the whole condition of humanity and the rest. There's a lot of work going on in the background. Before, we used to tell what we're going to do, and they used to go and overshoot us. Now we don't. Now we work very, very powerful underneath, and we act up. I always go back, it's written on the internet that they called the military, they called the police, they called the exhibition center, they called the office of the Prime Minister of Austria. And they said everything possible to stop the exhibition in Linz. And what did they write themselves on the internet? They told us he's a nuclear physicist, he knows what he's doing. And these are the people who we shared bed with. We shared everything with. While when you have an enemy inside, you cannot grow. And now we are growing. Because there is no preempting. And maybe we needed that to be delayed so much. We don't put it out. They put it out that they called everyone to stop the exhibition units. Can you imagine what they've been doing in the background for years? Maybe that was a good thing that it happened. And now they've gone back to Belgium. The biggest enemy of the Keshe Foundation has gone back home. They came to destroy, they destructed us, and now they've gone back home. Exactly like the others. They killed us, they destroyed us, and now the knowledge will come from where it's supposed to come. They were always working with them. We had the biggest enemies in the nest. Everything else they announce, but they don't announce they've gone back home with their bosses. It'll come out, you will see very soon. And now the time has come, the change has come, and we don't announce that they cannot do any more damage. Then all the rhetoric you saw on the internet for months, exactly what we saw with Red Circle. It was all planned, the same words, the same things, and we saw him walking with the police officers in the court. Now you will see the pop out of Belgium. Because they couldn't succeed, we managed to curb it. We lost Fabio with the prior knowledge they knew. And I explained this, and I'm just very slowly opening it for you to understand. When we said we had the enemy inside, the enemy's gone back home to the bosses. We cannot preempt it anymore. Because now we're solid, and now we'll bring that change to humanity.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome. It's the knowledge is there. Now we have governments who stand behind the technology because of the technology. A new space center is in the process of getting set up. You will hear about it. Very much like NASA, a new space center, a new research space plasma center is already set up and it's in progress. And the teachings will come from there. It's not that we will have a space center. A new space plasma center is already in development. By the time I return to Iran, we'll be announced. And then we lead from there. And then It's not just the space, it's changing the environment, changing a lot of things. Then you teach internationally. The knowledge will be shared publicly and internationally. Then we all will make that change. And with it, we elevate ourselves and the planet and the rest of it, and the knowledge. If you tell you what has been done by the people we share bed with to destroy the Kashmir nation, you'll be shocked. Now we can talk about it, and we will talk about it very openly, and you can check. Fabio's murder was planned, and they knew about it. And I'll tell you exactly how. And it's in the recording of the time when Fabio died. You just don't listen. Now we don't have that enemy inside. Now Kashmir Nation works very powerful on its own, and they even went to Iran trying to destroy from inside. But those who were working with them have already been captured. They're already on there. They got the what we call the booting order. So don't worry how the people in the jungles will. Then technology is said to be taught and said to be taught internationally.
Mr. Cash, sorry to bother you again. You mentioned earlier about this particular way of breathing where it will expand the soul rather than elevating the soul. With this technique,
you won't get the recipe, not yet.
No. I wasn't pushing you. God bless you. God bless you. Never, ever. You know when to elevate us or the humanity as a whole. Everything is in your hand. No, I wasn't coming from that angle. I was just trying to say, so the whole humanity could follow that structure, so to speak, or instructions, how to breathe in order to expand their soul. And if we did manage to get to that level and expand our soul, does it mean that we are not being bogged down as the way we are in terms of physicality, so our soul can take care of us like the rest of the creatures or creations in the universe?
You see, if you listen to the teaching, we always say when you do something, then the other souls have to agree and they adjust themselves. Rick has a beautiful magnet table where he puts a magnet and the other magnets move around to accommodate. Now expand your, what I call horizon, expand your vision, expand your, what I call the overview and oversee a different dimension. When you do something right, you create a field. That field allows other fields, other magnets, other plasmas to move in a position that they find a new position that they can interact with you. And when you position yourself the other way, that they move away, that they cannot accept such a position. Now, expand and understand the same principle applies. that the soul of this planet is sick. So the same structure as we saw with the magnets, the plasma of this planet has moved, puts condition on the other structures, even on its own sun, to find its own position in the galaxy, has changed too. This is what I call collective, or the soul of this planet does. We are a very, very tiny magnet, but we have brought a change in the construction and the structure of even our solar system. We are converting fields to the wrong way. And when we start converting the fields the right way, does not mean that the Earth will move a million kilometers forward or backwards, but in its position fixed will create a new dimension. In the world of creation, nothing is different. It's just, for example, if I put you as a coil in the middle of some magnets, and I just change the strength of the coil current, you'll see the magnets move or come closer, or some of them flip. This is that position we are in. The soul of this planet is sick, and it has a wrong behavior because of that sickness. And so it interacts with the others. It creates it, even we are a minute plasma as Earth, and we are a minute plasma as the soul of the man. Collectively, we have brought that change. And that's what needs to be changed. And this is what in a lot of teachings I refer to it, and most of the knowledge seekers is just over the head. The soul of this planet is sick. It lives by destroying, it lives by killing, it lives by anger, it lives by everything else we should not be. And now we are not bringing extra fields from outside. We're just changing the order, recycling it. We use the same carbon and hydrogen and oxygen to pollute this planet. What is global warming? How come the CO2 is killing and we use the CO2 to improve our life? We're just changing the field structure. I have a magnet in the lab. It's less than 1 or 2 millimeters in diameter with a hole in the center of it. And I used to play with it. This tiny magnet, I used to stick it into a beam and put the magnet like the way Rick does, and just put it in and see how this little magnet is changing things. So we are that position. We talk about global warming, what the CO2 is doing to the planet, and we absorb the same CO2 from the planet, and we use it to wash our gum. We use it to create fields, the energies. It's the same thing. And the whole process of the teachings and the work is this: use the same element, but rearrange their fields. And then not only the planet, but the humanity will change. The animals will change. They breathe different air. They get different fields. one of the strangest thing is, for example, when you go into fields and you see rabbits, the minute they see a man, they run away. Why? Because over centuries, they know man will eat them. What happened when you change that position, the rabbits come to you. Because they know it's nothing but getting loved, touched, and they're not food. Why do we have such a huge cycle of creating children in different animals? Because man will eat, the planet will use it somehow. When there is a comfort that is not there, would we have billions of ants and billions of rats? No, the balance will come back in. Destruction will not be there. And this is what needs to be done. And we've seen it. In less than 50 years, we have changed this planet into a dump of plastics, the same CH combination. And then you use a CH3 to feed. And this is where the new cycle of knowledge comes. We are not bringing anything out. We are reorganizing the book. Now you see it, there's plastic bags everywhere. When these plastic bags came into the market, they were known as HT bags, high density bags. In late 70s, early 80s. If you look into the market before 1985, 83, there were not that many plastic bags. It was unknown. We had these plastic recycling bags, but we didn't have what we call the high density, where you use in all the shops. All the food is packed with them now. And now they become a menace. And when they came, they were a new adventure and something man could walk away from what we call cutting trees and having paper bags. Most of us remember in the 70s, you went to the shop as a paper bag. And with that, a special noise of them. And they came out with saving the planet from cutting the trees, and we brought the plastic. Now the plastic has become a menace in the back of all our lives, from animals to the sea to everything else. We've been taught the wrong way and we followed it. And now we see the dangers of it. But the other point is, what are the ramifications of this rapid change when you bring with cancers? I was in a meeting very recently with a bunch of scientists and said, forget about changing CO2 in 50 years by 2050. You will create more diseases than you solve problem. We have evolved over 60, 70 years, 100 years, but then now we have to re-evolve again with the environment. When there is no CO2, there is no gases and whatever. And the biggest hypocrisy is these electric cars. The biggest hypocrisy is these electric cars which are putting in the market. Clean energy, clean for where? Clean for the cities, but higher pollution for the atmosphere, which runs into the cities. Hopefully in this year and next year, we will show this in Tehran. One of the first plans we'll implement in Iran will be production of the absorption of the CO2 from the atmosphere of Tehran. Tehran is one of the most polluted cities in the world. Sometime in the summer, nobody can go out. They stop. So many people die of pollution. One of the first things we'll implement in Tehran is positioning of our systems across Tehran to reduce to literally extract the CO2, and the rest the rest of the pollution has nothing to attach itself to it. Our new policy is by doing bad examples in a mass way. Well, our first plan is to clean out Tehran in the next 2 years, in the next 12 months, that the pollution, air pollution in the cities don't, and then they follow the same. Eradication of corona from Tehran is our priority. We come in with a new government and we set the new laws. This is one of the reasons I'm returning back to Iran, is not to be in Keshe Foundation, but to be a leading nation, setting up the structure for changes. By example and by teaching. I have set out my policy very clearly with a new structure, and we go that way. The same with the space technology. We have set up enough foundation around the world. Now we can lead directly from the center. And this is one of the reasons I have accepted such a position to go back to lead from the front. And this is what I tell knowledge seekers for a year. And I'm leaving the foundation work in the hand of people that run the foundation as we're going for running the whole structure change directly by example. Then we can change the CO2 content in a correct way. Because we produce cancers, it's in balance with the body of the man. So we adjust, it's part of us. If you try to change anything in the oceans or in the air without converting it into a plasma, you run into another cycle of problems. The same as electric cars. Hide it behind the hill, you can't see what we are doing. We're burning the fuel behind the hill and you're having a free energy and you plug yourself in. These lies, these things will not exist. As we speak today, in the office in Tehran, there are talks and works with the energy and maglev systems application in Tehran. The team is working on it. They're there. I just spoke with them a few minutes ago. So we set by example, we set by doing, not by talking anymore. And once we can show we clean out the city, it won't happen overnight. It's to reduce pollution in Tehran. It needs huge investments and huge effort. And we can do it. And the same with Corona. We will lead Corona directly from the center. Our position is to eradicate Corona from Tehran in the first 12 months, totally, that there is no recurrence, doesn't matter what shape it comes, and then through the other cities. And then the countries can follow. Otherwise, you will have these lockdowns on and off. A new Corona, new band, who's going to be orange, who's going to be green, who's going to be in a what I call 10-day jail time till you wait for your jail-free card to go out after 10 days. The Keshe Foundation has taken a different shape, and it will go that way. And it's the job of your knowledge seekers, what I call the old hands, to be there to teach it properly, the correct way, and gradually everything is done. It'll come out. We can use the plastic in the oceans and see what we're going to do with them. Or we can bring them back in, convert them to gases in a very simple process, and put them back in the ocean. It'll become the food, it'll become balance of life, it'll change everything in the positive. You take the CO2s and at the same time the CH3s, and at the same time all the elements which are polluting the atmosphere, then you'll find out you have a recipe for the change of this planet. Everything is done, is ready. It's just that because we don't have the insight, we don't see. Enough plastic has been popped out, enough CO2 has been popped up. Now, it should be very easy to change the soul of the man if you know how to do it. It's very much, I explain this to the scientist, maybe as knowledge because you understand better. As long as it was an iron or a copper, we couldn't do anything with it. It was just we could melt it and bend it. Once we learned how to nanocoat it, separate it, we found new properties with it. And once you made it to the GANs, it became free. You can do anything with it. And man has gone through that conversion of changing materials from beneath this planet into plastic and CO2, is what I call in a nano state. Now we just need to convert it into gas and becomes perfect recipe for changing. Everything is ready for change of this planet. Everything you can imagine. It just needs one, what we call a spark, to get the fire started. And this time we start the fire in the heart of the man and the knowledge of the man, not in the matchbox in the woods. And that's where the change will come. And it's because it's made of what we are made of, we'll move in with it. We have to clean this planet out first before we can go out excursions. Otherwise, we take the bad habits out and we create the same problem somewhere else. Just give us time. Another 12 months, directly from Tehran, will change everything. By example, not by talk. We have taught enough. And now there are enough people to carry on. There are enough desperation to bring that change, to give the freedom. The freedom not just only going from the city to city or country to country, but being able to go out of this planet and become part of the totality. The good times are to come, and very, very shortly. The new space center in Iran will bring a lot of changes. The new research centers in Iran will bring new changes. And the new structure and what we call mentality of the governing will change too.
Hi, Mr. Kesh, it's Dean here. Can I ask you a question? You mentioned
Okay, there's a lot more in there, and I hope you'll take advantage of it. It's the Plasma Reactor Group. It was this past week on May 12th, and Mr. Kesh just stopped by for a little inspiring knowledge that he passed on to everyone. So today is the day that we do spray the GANS waters, and this is to create a peaceful condition on this planet. And as we would have heard, I did probably stop it a little short, but one of the interesting things Mr. Kesh said here was that when we actually rinse the GANs, we're releasing the highest amount of energy in that GANs, where you're taking the salt level down to an acceptable sweet water taste, or maybe just slightly salty. All that rinsing that's done, all that water that's going down the sink or the drain or wherever you're releasing it to, is going out to feed the soul of the planet. And as he said, the soul of this planet is sick, and everyone can help to elevate this. So the more GANs you make and the more waters you spray, we can all have this beautiful part of this in elevating this entire planet. And as he said in another location, this is how you take over a planet or bring a planet into a peaceful condition. And we'll need to do this more and more before we go out into space and out into these forays. So concentrate on making your Ganses, rinsing them well, and elevating the soul of the humanity as well as the planet, all the animals, the atmosphere, and so on. So it's a beautiful overall conveyance of the knowledge of where it's going, and it's all going to come out of Iran, out of Tehran, out of this. I think he called it the new space center is SEPTA. Oh, I can't think of the name of it off the top. But anyway, you'll be able to participate in this, and you can participate in this, and we're encouraging all to become part of the Keshe family, which the Keshe family will then merge with and become part of the universal community, and we'll all be one great family with correct knowledge and correct behavior towards one another and all living things. So I thought I'd share that. That was a beautiful teaching and sharing by Mr. Keshe, as all of his are. And you can see where the foundation has come. It's taken us a while to get here. He explained some of the reasons why, and maybe we needed this, as he said. Maybe it was something we needed to get to the point where we are now. So thank you, Jefferson, for kicking that off. And if anyone has any questions, please feel free to state them. Otherwise, we'll go right into, I'm sure Alex is ready to go with the teaching here. Since he wasn't with us last week, but he was here on the soul level and we all felt him. Any questions? Great. I hope you all absorbed as much as you can. James says he puts much salt water into my septic system and killed the bacteria in the holding tanks and had to have it pumped out. Too much is bad for country septic systems. Perhaps the salt wasn't agreeable with the system in there, but I'm sure the GANS material is. If you just use the CO2, that would probably enhance it. But again, I don't have a septic system to actually know that. I don't know if anyone else has played around with any septic systems. I know the CO2 does great on odors, so you may have to have it pumped out less frequently, but again, I'm not sure about that.
See, you city slickers, you don't understand septic systems. They depend on bacteria. So when you kill the bacteria, there's nothing to digest the waste.
Right, right. And you have to have it pumped out and sort of start again.
Well, you have to have it pumped out and then you have to have it seeded. Yeah, reseeded.
Okay. Well, be careful with the salt. Yes, normally salt, he says, I pour salt water in my drive and killed the grass. Okay, well, we know that. Yeah, salt, you have to be a little bit careful with salt. And it needs to be rinsed. And then you can save that and water that down and use it in your garden if it's in a more of a watered down condition, I do believe. Although I find the plants and the lawn and everything else seems to take very well to the CO2 or to the fields. I've put CO2 in a small hose and wrapped it around the garden and taped it to a garden hose. And that seems to transfer the fields onto the lawn and in the area where I am. And everything looks fairly good. Even though I do have a lot of crabgrass, that seems to like it as well. But that's fine. So Alex, we didn't have any questions per se. Are you ready to go? I can play the disclaimer for you and save you a little bit of breath if you'd like.
Sure, that would be just great.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Mark,
Yes, yes, sir, John.
yeah, I had an experience, a pretty interesting one, just like Tom Salas and Johnny. Johnny with the snow and Tom Salas with the hurricane.
Okay.
On May the 5th, there was the sky here was overclouded, but we didn't expect any storm. And I was on my sidewalk, I was about what, 10 meters away from my tower. You know, I have a 57-meter tower for my broadcasting station, which is about 2 meters away from the GANS tank, the plasma tank.
So 57 meters, you're talking 150 feet in the air, approximately?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow, that is a large tower.
Yeah, I finished putting it up about 3 months ago. Well, that's what used to be my job. It's been for the last 40 years. But well, the experience was this: just before, we didn't foresee a storm or anything. It was about 10:30 in the morning. I was about what, 12 meters away from the tank here, the water tank. And I was saying goodbye to a person that had come and fetched the plasma water. And suddenly we had a lightning coming. And it made a hell of a noise. And it lit up about 500 meters all the way around. And we didn't know where that lightning came down, because the sound came instantaneously. So it wasn't farther away than 50 meters from where I was. And then somebody else told me, no, that fell on your tower. And I have no lightning arrestor. I've never put any on any of the towers I've built, because you don't have to call for the lightnings. They come alone if they have to. Apparently, because then I went up the tower and revised all my antennae and whatever, and there was no mark there. But when this lightning induced over voltage on the power lines, that blew up all the TV sets, radios, electric gates and what have you, about 300 meters around my place. Every single neighbor had everything blown up. But this came in through the 220 power line. And so I revised the tower. There was no lightning. And if the lightning would have hit my tower, it would have blown my transmitter to smithereens, but it didn't. So what I gathered is this lightning hit the dome, the plasma dome over my tower, and that produced an enormous light effect. It transmuted the lightning into light and illuminated everything around for 500 meters, even inside their homes. It was fantastic, incredible. But I've been gathering all this information these last few days, and well, here I am. And this tower is only 2 meters away from the plasma tank I have, which is 500 liters. And as I've produced so much plasma water here, well, that's created this dome, which has protected me from this lightning. I think it was pretty interesting. I don't know if you've got to know what Giannis does. He does some wooden domes, which are about 10 meters in diameter. And about a month ago, they had snow there in Romania. And there was no snow 20 meters around his dome.
So John,
yeah.
Hi everyone. So you mean without this plasma, you would be fried chicken John?
Not myself, but my transmitter, there would be nothing left, and I may have had have to call the fire extinguishers because that creates quite a big of a flare. And the tower hasn't got a single mark on it, or the base, or the top, or where the antenna is. There's nothing there. No sign of this lightning. And I with the snow, there was no snow around his dome, and after the snow,
You are breaking out, John.
well, I've got a very small netbook, which is my auxiliary work because my computer just blew up. I have to have it fixed. And
You're clear now, though. It came back right
uh,
as soon as Jalal mentioned that.
yeah, I can see it on my screen. It says your audio is faltering. And Gianni noticed also he had neblina. That's what is smog. No, not the smog. When you got that humidity.
Fog.
Pardon?
Fog.
Fog, exactly. And there was no fog around his place either. No snow and no fog. And it was very foggy after the snowing. Those are different alternate experiences we've had with the GANs after Tom Salas's work, what, 4 years ago.
And John, maybe you can let everyone know that doesn't know, you've been distributing the GANS waters, hundreds of
For over
liters,
5 years.
hundreds
Yeah,
of liters per day. So there must be many domes of protection created around your area. They've been released, obviously, into the environment. Even if the people consume them, eventually they'll release them through their urine and so on. So you've released a tremendous amount of plasma water. As Mr. Kesh said, the Chinese have been putting it into the lakes and the rivers for years, and so have you.
If you want to make numbers, calculate what an average of 200 to 250 liters a day for 5 years. That's over 200,000 liters. So that can give you an idea of the amount of water we've distributed here.
Very nice. And I've replicated that in a smaller way. Initially, when I saw yours, I was very excited about that. And I did have multiple Ganses in a small, just a gallon and a half, say a 5-liter container. And I was using that for a while. So you've inspired us as well, very much. And you continue on with this process, don't you?
Yes, yes. That's my objective, to continue helping people out. The amount of people that are recuperating their health is incredible.
As well as the health of the planet in general.
Yep. Well, the whole thing. And imagine a very strong lightning won't even touch you. Well, that's also the effect you have on your automobiles. If you use the GANS water in the automobile, you've listened to what was it? This chap in Malaysia, Bernie
in the Philippines, yes. And also Jackie has been playing with that as well.
Yeah.
In his vehicle and extending his gas mileage and his driving conditions. I don't know if he wants to say anything.
Yeah, the most likely you won't have any accident either. That will help protect you.
It is an amazing substance or being, as it has intelligence and understanding of what to do and where to go. So releasing, so we can all participate in that every day or every week. And the regular spraying is on Sunday at noon CEST or 6 p.m. CEST. You can all be involved in elevating the soul of humanity as well as the soul of the planet and the conditions on this planet. And again, this is the way the universal community works. They don't do it through force.
Yeah. I've got another idea for the foundation, because here we are trying out those humidifiers units in a home that you also use on for humidifying your throat. Those that
steamers.
electronic nowadays.
Yeah.
Pardon?
The steamers.
Exactly. If you use the GANS water in your home or whatever, we're using them from the vehicles, and that's what we're using on Sundays with the spraying. We're spraying with the steams from our vehicles.
You must plug it into the cigarette lighter or something, or is
Yeah,
it
they work.
powered?
They work with 5 volts, so you use it with a USB connection. They're very nice, and that keeps a nice fog, plasma fog in your place, on your vehicle or whatever.
Yeah, very nice. Thank you, John, for
Some of them
sharing.
are exactly the same as those lights, that inverted light bulb that we have in the store. I don't know if those do the same work or not. Those offered in the store.
Yes, I think they do. The same sort of process with the electronic sort of system. I have one of those as well. I didn't get it from the store, but I have one that I forgot what they call it. It's a ultrasonic humidifier, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're very nice gadgets. And there's another one that looks like the moon. With the light, we have the moon. It has 880 cubic centimeters, nearly a liter of water in it. So that'll cover at least 24 hours.
And that's the moon that rotates, correct? I think that's for like the environmental unit is that they put outside, and you spin the GANs in it, your choice of GANs.
Yeah, well, this one only humidifies, and it's on a wooden base, but it's very similar. And it does a very nice work.
Thank you, John, for all your work in Argentina and sharing with us.
We're trying to let people know about all this. Many don't believe in it, but well, slowly but surely they're recognizing the properties of the plasma. So thank you, Alex, for your teaching.
Okay, we missed the last sentence or two. I think your mic went off again.
Yeah, well, I received some sort of a message from my phone that must have pinched the on my Wi-Fi connection. I've still got to fix all that up because my 2 Wi-Fi connections blew up also. So I'm slowly recuperating all the systems.
Great. Well, thank you again for sharing and inspiring us. Anyone else before we go to Alex would like to say something? Okay, let me play the disclaimer. And Alex, you can begin in about a minute or so, minute and 30 seconds.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote a general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Alex, if you're ready. Okay, we see your screen.
Thank you so much. Good day, everybody. This is the North American Corona team. And this is part of the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute in conjunction with KFTV Canada. It is also in conjunction with the Kesh Foundation American channel and the Mexican channel, because this is the North American team. And what we are doing is presenting the material as presented by Marin Tevakoli Kesh, who is the father of modern plasma science. And we welcome not only the North American group, but this has turned into an international meeting because we're broadcasting on all 6 continents. And I want to welcome everybody in all time zones. And thank you so much for being here, making this a very special event. Today is a continuation of the basic understanding of plasma science. And about 3 weeks ago, we changed the pattern of the teaching with respect to the Knowledge Seekers workshops. And this has caused a change in the teaching the way I've seen it. And today we're going to be discussing about the brain. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is May the 16th, 2021. This is part of the Kesh Foundation Canada Plasma Education Series. We started basic teachings with the Brazilian group in October, carried on with intermediate teachings in January, advanced teachings in February, but all of these are still basic teachings. And what we've tried to do now is to continue on in basic understanding. And we say basic because we are getting new people all the time, and it's becoming very difficult for people to follow. And so we are trying to bridge between where we were historically and where we are racing to, and we are definitely racing ahead. The technology is moving ahead, and this is very, very important. We have discussed basic dimensions, X, Y, and Z axis. We've seen how the amino acid affected the Krebs cycle, the DNA, and the codons. And we are now going into additions, where we're looking at the future to see what is going to happen until June the 18th, where things will radically change. And so we try to be in a bit of a preparation mode. This preamble is very important because these teachings are for new knowledge seekers. They are also for experienced knowledge seekers. We don't have enough teachers. It is numerically impossible to serve. We don't have enough content for our TV stations. So we need to produce more. And we don't have enough experience in discussing the unique terminology that is associated with the plasma science, except in vehicles such as this. So what I try and do is use that terminology as we're discussing the various books that Mr. Kesh has. And of course, the most important one is book number 1, which is the Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And for a lot of knowledge seekers, why are they concerned about the universal order of creation when they just want the cups of life? And ironically enough, there are not enough knowledge seekers who want the universal cups of life, because at this point in time, they're talking about a 4th wave. So, and you know, if there were 3, and if there's a 4th coming, then there will be more in the future. So what we really need to know is how the universe is created, because we are part of the whole process. And so fundamentally and very simplistically, we have to say that the universe exists from energy. And energy is a charge. It's a charge because it's in motion, and energy is always in motion. So in a singular fashion, we can look at the cover of book number 1, and we can see the combination of the 3 matter states. And when we say the three matter states, these are non-visible to the naked eye, what we call capital M matter, dark matter, and antimatter. But all things are working in combination. So you see two plasma states connected with an infinity loop in this diagram. So there's a coming and there's a going. And so in our terminology, we understand that this coming and going is a magnetical charge or a gravitational charge. And fundamentally, everyone has to understand that this is natural plasma. And we have been introduced to natural plasma through new technologies. We started with nanostate, and then we got into GaN state, and we started to realize that we could actually capture energy and not only increase this energy, but increase it by orders of magnitude, which is 10 times greater. And how many orders of magnitude? Well, we haven't decided on that. We're just knowing that there's more. And in order to understand how this energy is flowing, we had to introduce surface to volume ratios. And this allowed us to go through various geometries, which we call dimensions. And how we go through these dimensions is determined by susceptibility. And the first order of susceptibility is to go from what we call the atomic state in the physicality to the monatomic state in the nanostate. And this set up a gradient where we had the dynamism coming from the dynamic flow of the plasma. And depending on the gradient, we can adjust how dynamic this plasma really is. And this is, in essence, what we call dynamic positioning. So we introduced more terminology, and so we have principal matter, which is the original creation of the matter. And as far as we're concerned, our original creation comes from the amino acids, and we've seen the link with the DNA and the RNA. Of course, from the amino acids, it introduced the star formations. Today, these star formations have a relevant part in our discussion about the brain today, and we shall see that. Fundamentally, these fields, in order to retain this energy, what we call a plasma state, involves a rotating field. And once you have one field and then you have another field, there has to be an interaction of these fields. And this interaction is non-tangible, and that's the key point. It is this non-tangible interaction of plasma states that creates a dynamic plasma state. And so what happens to the rest of it? What happens to the matter state? What happens to us? What are we? Well, we are the artifacts of the manifestation of this energy in motion, you see. And when you look at these artifacts, really and truly, it's nothing more than residue. We are the residue. And how we came here is through another pattern of energy transmutations called conversion. And so we're going to open up that can of worms as well. But fundamentally, when we see the basic terminology, when we see what is a PM tick, what is array, PM tick and array being synonyms, these are energy parceling units called energy packs. And this is where energy is moving through the universe, through outer space, through the vacuum. What we see is the nothingness, is the fullness of the energy in motion from the universe to ourselves here. And this energy goes through patterns, dimensions, sequences. And when we are out of sequence, then we're out of sorts. And so sequence providing is fundamental to the way energy moves. And so one of the things we learned about surface to volume ratios and how it was affected through what we call the piezoelectric effect, where just a simple changing of the tension changes the charge. But the most important thing is how the plasma energy is moving with these changes in the charge, with these sequences, and the change in the understanding, the perception, it's feeding. The plasma is feeding. And we have other subjects in the future to discuss. But fundamentally on this planet, something that we can all relate to is the universal solvent, which we call water. and it is made of basically hydrogen and two hydrogen and an oxygen. And what makes it a universal solvent is that one of these hydrogens gets sheared off and it leaves a hydroxyl. And this hydrogen that gets sheared off is an energy pack. And in this particular drawing, we don't know where it's going. And what's left behind the hydroxyl, we know that that wants to go somewhere. And this is what makes the life possible on this planet, is the ability of water to interact with so many different things. It is nature's solvent. And so the difference, of course, is that the water molecule has left one hydrogen and one oxygen, but the key point with the oxygen is that it actually has a neutron. And so this neutron is actually the gravitational core component, which consists of the matter, dark matter, and antimatter, and is fundamental to the manifestation of elements. And so we discussed a while back the atomic math. And so we know that the neutron, as we say, is the core component, is atomic nucleus, and it consists of electron and a proton. But the electron and the protons have a mass, and the electrons and the protons are representative of that hydrogen. And so the hydrogen does not have a neutron. When you introduce the neutron mass identifies the material that we see on the periodic table of elements. But we have a problem with the atomic math, as we know, is that the mass of the electron plus the mass of the proton does not equal the mass of the neutron. And so this is where the plasma science takes over. And then we have, as we're breaking down the various barriers, and this is one of the things that we're going to do today, is we're going to break down a barrier of understanding. Another barrier was the second law of thermodynamics, because it too doesn't add up. As you understand, in conventional science, we have the conservation of energy. Well, you can't conserve energy if you don't know where that energy is going, and there is a fallacy in our understanding of that energy. So we find that this gap in energy levels with respect to our atomic math falls squarely in the PM-TICs, the principal matter, which consists of the matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And so what we're looking at here is the relationship of the PM-TICs and the energy in respect to their matters. But the thing is that this is inside the PM-TIC. So the PM-TIC itself is an aggregate of 3 levels of energy, which the combination of which gives it the substructure necessary for it to be a charge in motion. And then this charge in motion has a place where it wants to go. And so we have a capability of working with these charges in motion. We just don't have a capability of understanding it very well. And a lot has to do with some of our misguided concepts and some of our, shall we say, educational systems. So primarily what entropy is the loss of heat. And that comes through natural decay system. So we all know that as things decay, that they heat up. And so the second law of thermodynamics has to do with this loss of heat. But you all know that when you go out into the cold, you stay warm. So you are constantly internally generating heat. So we are actually heat generators, which is opposite to entropy. So it's called counter-entropic. And this is the essence of life. So life itself is counter-entropic. And since we are part of life, you could say that we are in many ways protesters of the matter state science. But we don't protest enough because we have a pandemic that has put us into a situation where our educational system is coming back to haunt us. And so what I have is the P4P system, which is the four Ps, the pharmacology and the psychiatry, which are 2 sciences overruling the psychology and physiology of man. And so there's an interaction of these things. So we treat the psychology with physical things like pharmacology. And the physiology, which is physical, we treat it with psychiatric things, which are non-physical. There's a lot of confusion here. And so we'd like to introduce the new physiology to eliminate this cross that we bear, but we're going to have to do a re-education. And if it's difficult to read what is on the screen, the reason it is difficult is because the double cross is very deceptive. And this is the problem. It is very easy for man to go down the wrong path when not only we have misinterpretation of our education, but then we have a double speak. And so what it does, it sets us in for a pattern where we're kind of scatterbrained. In other words, we cannot be coherent. We find that in terms of education, we have a very short attention span. And this has happened over the last several decades. And the shock of it all, and I say shock, is when you find out the truth. This is what happens. You kind of do get a shock, is that this was well planned. And so when we look at the basic science and the understanding of the basic science in the old science, we try and create different schools of thought. And one of these schools of thought has to do with the trophic sequencing, which follows the law of the fittest. And trophic involves eating. So we find that the survival of the fittest involves where the strongest dominates the weakest. And so the largest animal on this planet is a whale. And we find that the whale is actually doesn't eat other fish, it eats other plankton, which plankton is very, very tiny and almost microscopic. And the largest land animal, the elephant, likes to eat hay. And in Canada here, we have moose. And let me tell you, this animal weighs a ton. And I'm not kidding, it weighs a ton. And it is a plant eater. And then, of course, man, we like to breed cows. Cows are vegetarians. And so we eat the cows. So man is a carnivore. But if a carnivore eats a vegetarian, does that mean that man is a surrogate vegetarian by eating a cow? A lot of confusion there. And then we find, we go down the food chain, so-called food chain, we have mice, and little tiny mice seem to terrorize big fat elephants. And then we have the tiny plankton in the water, which is the food for these massive whales. And then oddly enough, we have other creatures called amoeba, which are single-celled animals that catch food. And a single-celled animal, complete with the ability to move, chase, digest, think, all of this, all the same capabilities that everybody on this list has. And so when we look at all on this list, we are all a combination of cells. So for us, we have over 70 trillion cells in our body. And here is one single amoeba, a single cell. In other words, 1/70 trillionth of our size. And it has all the capabilities that we do. Maybe this trophic sequencing is something that we don't need to worry about, you see, because there are other factors, and this is another thing that we have to change. And so I bring up the subject of artistic elephants, and the reason for that, of course, is because the elephants were a beast of burden, especially in India and other places in the Far East. And of course, they're being replaced by modern equipment. And so what do you do with these guys? And, they're just dumb animals, aren't they? So, let's see what they can do with a paintbrush. And we wonder if you give someone a paintbrush, what are they? Are they just a paint spreader? Or would you call them a paint applier? Would you call them a paint artist? And so that depends on criteria. And so one of those criteria, of course, is how big is large? How much is expensive? How much is enough? How much do you take into account? And more importantly, when do you stop? An artist knows. And so an elephant is an artist. And as the elephant keeper said, when the elephant stops painting, the artwork is complete. Is the elephant that smart? Yeah, you betcha. Because when he makes a painting and they sell the painting, the elephant has food to continue. So we look at the brain ratio that we have, and we like to compare our brain size to our body size, as if that's really important, because the brain is physical and the body is physical. And so we find that our ratio as a man is actually we have a very large brain compared to our body. And so although the elephant's brain is larger, when we look at the ratio, the elephant's is actually very small in terms of a ratio. But we just found that, the elephant is obviously smart enough to, shall we say, become artistic. And so there are other factors, and we don't take into account these factors. And so that's a discussion today, because we were looking at the brain size to soul size ratio. So we find that physically the brain is gigantic and the soul is incredibly tiny. And so is that really correct? And we get away with this kind of false thinking when we claim that our brain utilization is only 15%. Well, that means 85% is unused. And we all know that what happens if you don't use it, you lose it. And so therefore the brain would atrophy if that were true. And actually the brain does atrophy. And we've seen that in cases of Alzheimer's and brain damage. And when we look at the component of the brain, we find that a key component is calcium, which is very, very alkaline. And so we understand what kind of damage we're doing, not only to our brain, but the rest of the body in our highly acidic environment. And so we like to test ourselves physically, and we're quite proud of the way we test ourselves physically, because we're working with things within the physical range, things like x-rays and CRT scans, ultrasound and MRI scans. And then we, of course, when we look at the rest of the body, we have ECG machines, which check our heart condition. And then, of course, the last frontier is to map the brain. And we have this beautiful contraption, which is a helmet with many, many electrodes attached to it. I said electrodes, but it's a magnetoelectroencephalogram. And what it is trying to do is figure out the mapping of the brain. But this is, again, a physical mapping, like, where is Chicago or where is Barcelona? But, the thing is, doesn't matter what the map is in the brain. It's not what you have, it's how you use it. And too many are, at this point in time, are what we like to call, well, we don't like to call it, it's what they are. They're brain dead. They're somehow disconnected from something. And so this comes about from being serving to self. Now, we all know that's important, but when we prosper at the expense of others, then that really means that we're just working with schemes that are too small. And of course, we are such pompous creatures. So when our presence is here now, then we are in the position to tell the universe to shut up. Although the universe brought us here the universe had the capability, but you know what? I'm here now, so now it's my turn. This is a real demonstration of what we call pinheads and pea brains. And so when we think about the brain and do the studies of it, we can look at the example of water babies, and we find that the pressure on the brain that comes causes a loss of brain function. And so this brain function has to move. So much for this mapping. But what does happen is that the brain function does eventually get restored, but you'll find that it's in a different location. So regardless of the size of the brain, the functionality that the human is looking for on this planet is restored in the brain at a different location. So this physical mapping is not really what is counting. What we're looking at in terms of the brain is we see that there is a left side and there is a right side. We call the left side the left hemisphere and the right side the right hemisphere. But there's a cross channeling. So in other words, the left side affects the right side of the body and the right side of the brain affects the left side of the body. And we see that there's also energy that is flowing back and forth. And this is something that is kind of difficult to understand. But now in the new plasma science, and please understand, this is an extension of basic understanding. So we're not going to get into the heavy duty, bless you. We're not going to get into the heavy duty medical training here. But what I do want to point out now is that we've identified within the brain the pituitary gland and the pineal gland, and of course the soul position. And so there is a reference here to a star formation. And it is from this star formation, we have to understand that I can give an idea and still maintain the wholeness of the brain. In other words, I don't get a hole in my head by giving an idea. If I give money, I have a hole in my pocket. That's understandable. That's physical. But plasmatically speaking, I can give an idea, and that idea is a plasmatic thing. And this is what plasmatic feeding is all about. So I can give this plasmatic feeding without being self-consuming. And so I become a catalyst in that transaction. And so we're looking at relationships. So in our own brain, in our own soul, we have an existence. But within our brain, we have a duality, a left hand and right side of the brain. But we introduce the glands, and we have a star formation, and we have a trinity. And then that now has a basic dimension, but where and in what? So we have to have context. So if I give an idea, who am I giving this idea to? And can I be giving that idea on an exclusive basis? So in general, the answer is yes and no. And that is something to be discussed in future classes. But what we want to discuss more about is the surface to volume ratio and its ramifications here. Surface to volume ratios, as we've discussed in the past, have to do with the ratio of sizes. And so this is, again, very much that is physical. But what I want to draw attention to is the difference. So although when we have 4 sizes here, we find that as we progress from the left to the right, each picture is half of the other one. And so the ratio goes on the left one as a surface to volume ratio of 1:1. The next one is 2:1. The next one is 4:1. The next one is 8:1. And so by having, or shall we say, cutting in half this surface to volume ratio, by cutting in half the area, we are doubling the ratio. And the difference in the ratio, in the gap, you know, in the first one is only 1, and then it doubles to 2, and then it doubles to 4. But in terms of plasma science, this is multiplied by an order of magnitude. And so this changes the gradient. And the gradient feeding is going from the higher to the lower. So when we say, in this case, the higher being the larger is feeding the lower. But this is the physical aspect to it, you see. And before I go further, it isn't feeding one exclusively. It is feeding all of the lower. But plasmatically, if we look at the other way and we say, okay, we have energy going both ways. So the one with the highest ratio being the smallest one, kind of like the soul, is feeding the highest one. And then all of the other ones in between are also feeding. And so we find that although the one on the left has the highest physicality, the ones on the right have a higher energy and they're feeding it. And this is the plasma feeding, and this is how it goes. So our brain, which is smaller than our body, is what's doing the feeding to the rest of the body. And this is the discussion today. So we have other components in our body, and so we see that there we have a heart. And the heart has a relationship to the lungs and the thyroid gland. These components kind of create a star formation. Another system we have is the liver. Supporting components are the kidneys and the pancreas. Another gland forms a star formation relationship. Another system in our body, the Leydig cells, which have to do with our reproductive system. And so we have ovaries or testicles, and we have a prostate gland. The combination of all these, there's that star formation again. Well, you know, then we have a nervous system. And so this nervous system is broken down into 2 types of systems. One we call the parasympathetic, which is what we call the system to allow you to rest and digest. It obviously involves the stomach and the intestines. And then we have a sympathetic system, which affects our adrenal glands and cortisone, which is what we call the flight or fight system. And these 2 systems work hand in hand together. And each of these systems has its own star formation, and then these 2 star formations work together in an autonomous nervous system. An autonomous nervous system, and what is the energy source and what is the energy conduction? And then, of course, in the last couple of weeks, we've been discussing the cells, how the cells have the capability of transmutating information inside the cells. There's nucleolus, the Golgi apparatus, there are ribosomes, and of course the mitochondria. And these all in certain combinations also produce star formations. So I hope you're noticing the pattern here. But there's another system which is really hard to understand, is the electron transport system. And now we understand way better because of the plasma science. This is the Gans highway within our body. And the electron transport system, which we cannot see, is transferring the plasma energy, which again, we cannot see. So all of this, what I've talked about, is what we look at as some kind of relationship to dimension building. And as we've seen, as the dimensions become more complex, they become more stable. So we went through about 6 levels, and we've seen that there is a possibility of having a connection and a relationship between the Earth and the dynamic plasma that we're all involved with, and there's a progression as we go through these various dimensions, which involve obviously our environment, nano and GAN states, and then these are all physical, and then we get into the non-physical, which is the plasma and the dynamic plasma states. And so sometimes we look at these dimensions as chakra building, and we like to associate colors with the chakras, and we like to associate these chakras with our organs. The thing is, the chakras are non-physical, and the colors are within the visible spectrum. And the organs, of course, are in the physical spectrum as well. So this has to be segregated. And so let's leave that apart. Let's just look at the organs. And so we see what we discussed here is kind of an overall view of 7 different type of organs or organ systems, if you will, which is, similar to the 7 days of the week, you could say that, or to the 7 chakras. But, this is a connection that is really irrelevant for the purposes here, you see, because when we look at the brain and we understand that the brain is running the whole body, and we say that when someone is not in touch with reality, that they're kind of brain dead. But what happens when they go into a coma and they're still alive? So how is that possible? They're technically brain dead, then they can come back from a coma. And now we understand with the plasma science that we can actually bring someone out of a coma with the new plasma science. In other words, reconnecting the brain, the reconnecting to what? Reconnecting to something, and how? And, what does that mean? If the brain is not running the rest of the body, then we have a problem with our terminology. And so this is a break in the terminology. Let's understand, because we have systems within systems. We have PM ticks that are combined from matter, antimatter, and dark matter. We have matter that comes from matter, antimatter, and dark matter. So combinations become combinations, systems within systems. You know what? We have brains. We have a brain, and we have a heart brain. The heart must have a brain. It runs the heart and the star formation around it. The liver must have a brain. It runs the star formation, the reproductive system, the nervous system, the cellular system. Who opens the walls? Who allows the food to come in? Who creates the ATP? And how does that energy get transferred throughout the rest of the body through the electron transport system? It must have a brain as well. So each of these brains are subsystems of the total system. And so this now accounts for understanding where the intelligence comes from. And then when you think about it, we have 73 trillion cells, and each one of these cells has a brain. And we know that a cell can have a brain because an amoeba is a single cell organism, complete with the total package of being able to grow, move, chase food, digest, and obviously has enough brains to know that it needs to get energy and will do what it takes to do that. So there's another organ, and that has to do with the sensory organs. And these sensory organs are sensory to what? And that is the subject for the next class next week. The surface to volume ratio shows that all of these organs that I've outlined today, all of these systems that I've outlined today have bends in the process. And every bend creates a negative positive charge across the bend. And so when we look at the plasma energy and we see the basic three dimensions, the x-axis, the y-axis, and the z-axis. X is rotation, y is through the polarity, z is the field strength. And these are all fields that we cannot see with the visible eye. These are all fields that the doctor cannot see with the current equipment that we have. But hello, we're alive, and we have two hemispheres. We have two hemispheres in our brain. We have two hemispheres on this planet. And when the poles are the same, they repel. And so when we found out last week that when we flip the poles, we create an attraction. And this is why the left side of the brain works with the right side of the body, and the right side of the brain works with the left side of the body. You have to cross over. And so all this flipping is done constantly because energy has to move, and it moves from the positive to the negative. And then of course it has to flip over to go from the negative to the positive. And then of course, when it flips over, we see the constant moving of energy. So we have the creation of stuff, which has a neutron, and the hydrogen does not have the neutron. And so that is the energy in motion. And that, you know, where is the brains that runs this alpha linolenic acid? What is the brains that causes the gates to open in the phospholipids? Who trains it? You know, we're so impressed with the circus when the lion tamer comes with his whip and chair to tame the lion. Well, who tames these essential amino acids, these omega-3, 6, and 9s to open properly, open sesame, let the nutrition come in. And so we are confused. We have different points of view, and we try and get this clarity. And we see that there's this basic structure, our soul, our emotions, and our physicality. And it is our structure on the planet, which also has a soul, emotion, and a physicality. And all are repositioning because the plasma substructure is offering the magnetical gravitational relationship, which is causing this positioning. So we on this planet have a relationship between the sun and the earth. And we have a brain in our head. And now we know that our body can stay alive without our brain functioning. So there must be a brain within the body as well. And as we see, there are multiple brains. These are all sub-brains. And how they operate is through this constant positioning and repositioning of energy transmutation. And it's either coming or it's going. It's there or it's not there. It's either positive or it's negative. And so this is flipping all the time. And so we see that there's a difference when we look at the physicality of ourselves and say, oh, you know, my body is big, and so I will be building my body, and my brain is so small, you know, I don't have to worry about that. Well, you don't worry about it because you don't have enough skill to worry about it. We have enough skill to worry about our physicality, but that is limiting us to an earthbound field strength. Thank God we have a universal field strength, and we find that our tiny soul is strong enough to feed our massive body. So the energy that the body needs and is capable of delivering is tiny in comparison to the energy that the soul can deliver. And the soul can not only do this within the brain, but by encountering or enlisting the services of the plasma field strength, this now becomes a dynamic plasma reactor. And yes, we can make a difference, and the time has come to make a difference. How is the brain of the man uniquely positioned to be able to take advantage of the star formation that's within the brain, this pituitary pineal gland combination with the soul positioning within the brain, and the structure of the brain itself, the calcium domain of the brain that has the two hemispheres. Well, you see, there is an invisible layer that is only 3 cells thick. This is the Holy Trinity, what we call the supragranular layer. This encapsulates the entire corpus callosum and is unique to man, is what gives us this super capability. And, you know, we are obviously so well endowed. This is why they've named us twice. We are Homo sapiens sapiens. But this capability allows us to delay in consequences. And this is where the abuse of man stems from. And this abuse of man is carried on into the planet. And the planet is, you know, scratching its proverbial head, wondering, if you're so smart, how come you're so stupid? And that is because we are headstrong. And this is important, to be headstrong. There's nothing wrong with that. But the thing is that the mind is the builder. And so you are what you give your time and attention to. But we have created artificial rules. And one of those rules is that our qualifications. We have degrees. There will be no exam at the end of this class. We do not give degrees from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Nothing in the past will qualify you nor disqualify you from the future. Okay? Life is for learning. That's the whole point. Nothing anyone can say or do can affect you unless you allow it. So what we're saying, and have always been saying, is that you have a choice of self-determination. You have a right to look after your own health. That is a universal right. That is a universal right. Use it or lose it. And so we understand that when we define matter, whatever matter it is a manifestation of this energy in motion. And in the old science, it was a small m matter, which meant physicality. In the new science, it's a capital M matter, which is plasmatic. And whether, regardless of whatever kind of matter you're creating, that is a manifestation. And so singularly, we have to bind that energy. And that energy then is creating, co-creating, and procreating. And in all cases, this is manifestation. Energy binding is creation. And we have the 2 types of matter, plasma. So we understand we have been preoccupied with physicality because we can touch it and see it. But we now have an introduction to the plasmatic capability. We can't touch it, we cannot see it, but we definitely can sense it. And so now we do understand that science has to recognize love as an energy. And in order to do that, science has to understand that light conveys mass. And so that light has a matter, and that science has to understand that the physical speed of light on this planet is the physical speed of light on this planet. You see, because you have to understand the relationship, and the relationship of energy and motion is the balance between the magnetic and the gravitational fields. That's called the maggrav. And so we have the old science and we have the old spirituality. Both are right. However, they have their own terminology. We need to bring those two together and have a balance there. We understand how manifestation happens. We have ideas, we have cells. So these are matter manifestations. And we see that the light is mass in motion, and it converts into energy, and the soul is representative of this energy. So keywords: balance, additive, manifestation, conversion. Conversion, plasma soul feeding. When the plasma soul is feeding, it feeds our body. So the future classes, we're now, and for the last 3 weeks, we've been discussing in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, is where this energy is coming from and how it is being transformed into this plasma soul feeding manifestation, which we call our physicality. And so we understand that now we have a new reality. The new reality is a manifestation when two fields come together, they form another. It is the formation of this other field, which is the manifestation, but it is the plasma feeding which leads to the manifestation. And so the rule is the manifestation may be either non-tangible or tangible. Doesn't have to be both. May be non-visible or visible, may be plasmatic or physical. There is a plasmatic reality and there is a physical reality. In all cases with a physical reality, there is a plasmatic reality that supports it, but it doesn't have to have a physical reality to manifest a physical reality. Regardless, whatever reality you have is a form artifact and it represents the manifestation. And so because we can have a plasmatic reality without a physical reality, now we understand that even just our emotion of presence is also a form artifact of energy in motion. And as we advance from here, we find that there are other energies in motion, which are also plasmatic. But we have a situation where we have to understand within our own environment, within our own household, and within our own person, that plasmatic energy is magnetical interaction of energy through attraction and repulsion. And so we need to see these fields. And we create a magnetical field, and in the core, we create a gravitational field. These are all non-visible to us. We have to understand that these fields exist. These fields are in our brain, in our body, in our essence, in our soul, in our interaction, in our business, in everything. And because we create a Magrav condition, then that begins a giving and taking. And then the question is always giving where and taking from where. But to understand this, we have to understand that the magnetical force is actually a combination of the attraction, the repulsion, plus the magnetical. Conversely, the gravitational force is a combination of repulsion, attraction, plus the gravitational. The attraction, repulsion, or repulsion, attraction is a balanced field, which we call a Magrav. So therefore, the Magrav condition is moving with the magnetical force. It has to add to it. The gravitational force likewise has to be added to its Magrav position. Okay, so this is the two-way street, which is inherent, and this has been, the old science has ignored this. This is the grand unification theory. So we have to understand that we cannot let these cups of life go. They are not cups of virus, they are cups of life. There's a reason for them being called the cups of life, because they involve the basics. When we look at zinc and copper inside the one cup, and we add the third component, which is the nano-coated copper coil, we become plasma scientists, and we create a magnetical field and a gravitational field right inside the cup. And what transpires in there is the interaction of these plasma fields, where the higher strength is feeding the lower strength, but it is drawing higher energy. And that higher energy is a GANS, which we call in the cup 1 is a zinc and copper GANS, which forms a CO2 GANS. Now you have the basis of that. Oh, yeah, the star formation, which is the building block for your amino acid. When you create the amino acid, you also create the water. We all understand that oil and water don't mix, and that's one of the things that makes life possible. In the second cup of life, we just replaced the zinc plate with the copper plate, and we still have the nano-coated copper coil, and the same reaction happens. We have a magnetical field and a gravitational field. We need to keep making these cups. We need to keep doing it. This is an ongoing thing, and it's a part of our life, and it's, for $10 or less, we can make it happen and build the peace dome. Because when you put the two cups together, there was a relationship between the two cups. One is emotional, one is physical, and they inside both are operating the same way. But if we're using it to prevent from the virus or to recover from the virus, we need to keep these batches at least 1 meter apart. But once we have a sufficient supply of GANs to be able to accomplish that, we can start building where we can eradicate the virus. This is the first thing that we want to do. And we have other issues that we want to do, but we have to understand that energy is being transferred. Energy is being transformed. Energy is being transmuted. And so first of all, energy is being depleted, just like a battery. You deplete the energy from a battery. You don't see that energy moving, but you know when the energy stops moving. In another unique operation, the energy not only is moving, but is being converted. Converted to what? It's being converted to food. Isn't that interesting? And so this is the basis of the cups of man. We have the nourishment for our emotional and physical vitality. And we have that right in our hands. We can create a magnetical field. We can create a gravitational field. And we know that that energy is in motion because as our cups mature, we can see the hole in the GANs. As you see in the right-hand side of the picture, something is in there. And although you don't see it, you know it's there because you have a form artifact of a hole in your GANs. And so when someone else asks you, well, what is plasma? Tell them it's just a kind of energy state, and it's pretty important. It is going to affect our life. And our life is now, we're trying to figure out everything that we've learned, are we saying that it's backwards or is it upside down? No, we're just having to understand that we are having a problem going in line with the universal way of pole flipping. We have the dogma of ignorance, which is coming from man's arrogance. The volunteers need to find and accept the new science. Our souls need to be engaged. We have brains. It is really time for us to become wise, because this is what is holding us up. Our point of view has been exclusively earthbound. We are fantasizing about our point of view being spacebound. We are already spacebound. We are spacebound creatures. We are in our body on this planet Earth. And with the coming of the KFTV, we are now able to tell the world the truth. And we find that what is missing in our reality is the ethics, because the plasma science does not work when you don't have the ethics, because the plasma science is peaceful, because the plasma science works in the universe as a benevolent energy. Life is for learning, life is for living. So life cannot be for murdering and killing. It just doesn't work. And as such, this is our problem. We don't understand how important morality, compassion, and courage is. And courage really is important because this is the essence of creation. So what are you creating? What we're creating is the universal body enhancement spaceship units, which will give us plasma satisfaction. Plasma satisfaction actually involves the restoration of emotional and physical vitality. What is that? What is that? Do you get that at your local health food store? What that is to understand that the plasma is all things in combination. Things are pushing or pulling. There's a magnetical pushing and pulling, there's a gravitational pushing and pulling, but the balance is a Magrath condition plus a residue. And this is the essence, the soul essence. So now I'll give you something to think about. Just meditate on this. Open and allow the universe to operate. Yield to those energies so that you can receive this. And you set the pattern, you get the energy. So the maximum energy that you will get is from the most ideal pattern. If your schemes are too small, you may not only not get much energy, you may even deplete your own energy. Too many of us are doing that right now. We're just the messengers of peace and friendship. And this is where we are going, because we need to put this plasma science in public domain. This is the goal of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, not only to sign the World Peace Treaty, sign it with the pen, sign it with our soul, but we need to bring physical and emotional harmony and vitality to this planet. This planet is screaming. And we as knowledge seekers, we know deep in our soul that this is very, very important. And so now we have a forum where we can expose this truth, which is really obvious anyway. It's not like we're doing anything special in that regard. We all know the truth. But the question is, what difference does it make? And if you know this information and then you discover the truth, so what? What we have to figure out is to understand that this dynamic plasma state is within us. It is the universal language within, and it is the same language throughout the whole universe. That's why the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. Thank you all so much for listening. That's the end of the lesson. Mark, over to you, buddy.
Thank you, Alex. I hope you have a minute to take a sip of water and clear your throat a little. Dan had suggested you might need a sip of water. We were going to interrupt you, but then I said, let's let him go. He'll know when he needs it or not. But in the chart, you had the organs in. I noticed you had a term Leidig, and I had never heard this term before. So I looked it up, and it said Leidig, German anatomist who described in 1850 the interstitial cell in the study of the testes and published important works in the field of histology. Where did you come up with this term, Leidig?
This is part of the teachings of Edgar Cayce. He did 5,000 medium seances, and he recounted the history of so many people. And out of all of those 5,000, the most startling discovery was that there was never a conflict. And this is the same thing I wish to point out. In the over 3,000 hours that Mr. Keshe has put together, there has never been a discrepancy, a discontinuity. You understand? A theory is a theory until it's disproven once. You can prove a theory 1,000 times, but disprove it once and it's a failure. Mr. Kesh's theories have never been disproven. Edgar Casey, that's the answer to your question.
Okay. Yes, he definitely went into another dimension to do so many things. I don't know exactly how he did it or why he was doing it, but yet he couldn't do it for himself at the end, apparently. As I don't know much about Mr. Casey, but he was an extraordinary, as we all are, and he was able to tap into some sort of realm there to discover something where he could go and visualize other people's illnesses and actually give them the ability to change. I don't know what he actually, did he ever attribute it to anything? Or I never studied Casey per se much, but I know he
Have
was.
you ever been to a seance?
No.
Well, basically, the one soul steps out and lets another soul comes in and takes over the body. And this is a, shall we say, a temporary visit. And so that soul would have a different knowledge. And the first soul that kind of, it's almost using your body like a motel, you know. I'll be able to, you know, for an hour or two, and then I'll come back, okay? And
Sure, like a medium or something along that line.
That's right. The problem for most of the mediums is because of the science, the way how it you know, listed that as part of the paranormal activity and played it down and couldn't explain it, it became sensational. So the people involved with this became extraordinary. And for many of them, it went to their head and they seemed to be special. But we all have this capability and we all do this every night in our dreams. And as we start to remember our dreams, the thing you find with a lot of the questions about the dreams that Mr. Kesh keeps fielding is that those questions are always personal. And that is one of the things that was annoying with Mr. Casey. 5,000 seances where people would say, well, can you tell me, you know, if my daughter is going to marry a rich man, or is my business going to be successful? You know, like, really, who cares? Why don't you ask, you know, serious questions? And so the only way that you could put all that together, you had to be kind of a Sherlock Holmes and go through all 5,000 seances and try and put things together. And then you find little clues in how to overcome various illnesses, you know. But
so he never.
was annoying.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying it was annoying because the interest was always on a selfish basis. You know, I have this, you know, hangnail. Can you tell me how to get rid of it? And this is the self-centered nature. Instead of, you know, understanding that our environment and our thought process is very much part of the whole thing. And so if someone in our community is sick, our whole community is sick. And this is where the compassion has to come in. And we're not playing that game. That's the sad part about it.
So was that Mr. Casey able to teach this to others, or was it just himself?
Well, while he was in a trance, he didn't have a memory. So the only way he had to have someone take dictation.
Okay, but he never taught it. I was thinking of the Buddha at the same time, where he could dissolve his physicality and move himself, let's say, across a river or across the lake, and then reappear within the blink of an eye. But Mr. Kesh, I thought, said he didn't know how to teach it. He understood it.
No, these are magic tricks, and they're meant to impress. But again, you know, to create an awe, you know, and impression and entertainment. And, you know, the Kesh Foundation is not about entertainment. You want entertainment, go on the internet or TV. this is about life, understanding about life, and all of us have this capability. There's nothing exclusive about that. So the fact in the past we used to put people like Mr. Casey on a pedestal, and that was kind of like a door or a passageway to some kind of paranormal activity, and it was kind of fun and entertaining. But in actuality, when you would look at him and Jane Roberts and Seth and Raw, all these others, they're all saying the same thing. And that's the thing. When you sit back and you look at what all these mediums are saying, they're all saying the same thing. And so there's a consistency. And then you have other mediums like Blavatsky, who, is abusive. And because of her special talents, she feels omnipotent and arrogant and overlording. And so this is the breakdown. As soon as we get into this arrogant position, we will be recreating the same problems. And so this requires a discipline and a self-determination. And now we understand the statement of, the last man standing. Each and every one of us can make this choice. Most of us didn't know we had a choice. We have a choice, and it's within our hands, and it doesn't cost a lot of money. Bring the plasma into the home and see the beauty as it manifests. Isn't that correct?
I think Mr. Kesh said Jesus understood his teaching fully, and the Buddha understood it partially. Now, Danilo has a question in the chat. I don't know if he'd like to open his microphone, but to you, Alex, do the cells have consciousness and free will? I would say the cells in the body he's referring to, but maybe he wants to clarify it for us. Danilo?
Yeah, you are correct. My question is, if the cells on the body have free will and consciousness, you're right.
Well, of course, the cells have free will, and they've exercised that they become part of your team. And do they have a consciousness? Yes, of course they have, because the perimeter of the cells is made up of phospholipids, and these phospholipids are made up of essential fatty acids, and the gates have to open and close. So there has to be some kind of medium for communication, and this communication isn't electrical. It has to be plasmatic. So none of us are walking around the city with an extension cord attached to us. Okay, so we have to understand this. It should be easy to understand because we're in the age of Wi-Fi. So, we all like our wireless networks. Well, if we like our wireless networks for our computers and stuff, how come we don't respect the wireless network that we have for our body? So yeah, our cells are our cells. And just like we came to this planet because we wanted to, and the planet wanted us, so there was a welcoming here in the first place, and then we grew because we wanted these cells to grow, and our cells manifested because there was a welcoming. So that process repeats itself. So structure within a structure within a structure within a structure, creation, co-creation, and procreation. So the answer is yes. Thank you for your question.
I noticed Fried joined us a moment ago, but I don't see him in the list. Fried, if you can hear me, you might be here under another name. Is there a Netherlands Corona team? Elias was looking for the link to that. If you can hear me, maybe you can answer that. He came in and I guess he dropped out rather quickly. Does anyone else have a question over what we just heard from Alex?
I have a comment.
Oh, sure.
I'd like to thank Alex for the great teaching today, and he continually dangles a carrot. And we'll discuss that next week. So his interstitial fluids, have we found out, must be very high. He has the balls to do this every week, and I commend him for that. And something else they've just found out about that interstitial fluids.
Mhm.
Those are the fluids that leave the body within 3 hours of death.
And I know Rick had pointed out to us as well that we all thought the skin was the largest organ in the body. And apparently it's been discovered that the interstitial fluid is the largest organ in the body. Can we call it an organ? I don't know
Well,
much about it.
It's part of us, and the magnetics, that's not electrical connections, it's magnetic connections. So let's look at something else. That's interstitial fluids. That's my consciousness, your consciousness, and through the magnetic fields, we're linking these consciousnesses all together. I think this is how we're going to build the plasma dome too. We're the domes. We just have to go out there and broadcast this energy more.
Randy, I'm very impressed.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's very advanced knowledge that you're demonstrating there.
I passed the talking stick.
Now I see Fried. Fried, can you share with us what's going on in the Netherlands as far as the Corona team, if you know?
Hello, good evening. We are forming, I think. Not many people are yet part of it, but many people know about it, about Mr. Keshe in Belgium and in the Netherlands. So it's just a question of time that a lot of people come to the meetings, but it's growing a little bit, and I hope that that we can share what we have to share, and that we can develop it further together. So but I just go on even when there are only a few people on Thursday evening, and with the television, KFTV, I think we suddenly get a complete new audience also.
And you did say Mr. Keshe did a lot of work in that area years ago.
Oh, yes.
And so
Oh,
there's
yes.
many people who know about the Keshe Foundation and somewhat about the Keshe technology, as they've heard his teachings, and I'm sure we're very impressed.
I'm often asking people, do you know? And then they say yes, but, and then they come with
Oh, they got a yes,
stories.
but. A yes, but.
So I think that will change when the television will be broadcasting, because then the but will be suddenly dissolve, I think, because everybody believes in TV. So then they finally start to say, yeah, now it's true. Now the flying car is true. Everybody comes, oh, there are no flying cars. He promised us. And things like that. So
yeah. And he delivered.
I think that when the products are more mass produced and more reasonable prices, people will be more willing to try.
The products are in fact not so bad priced. People who
it depends on where you live.
Yeah, right. But people are very interested in the products. I recently exchanged about products in my circles that I normally didn't say anything about Keshe, but then suddenly they become interested, and they will try it out. So I hope that I soon can give a report. The cups of life, the cups of
Ceramic?
sweet, for instance. That's a very interesting product. And that is not too highly priced. And we have to remember that for every product sold, another one will be given away.
I haven't heard that.
So it's in fact half the price.
What do you mean when you say every product purchased, another one will be given away?
That was initially the idea of Mr. Keshe.
Okay. Like a matching?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the prices are
That was in earlier workshops. Yes, I agree with you there, Fried.
Yes. So we have to say that more, so the prices are not too bad. And products are given away. So if someone cannot afford it, they might ask for it.
Good. When we heard the clip earlier from the reactor group, I never realized Tehran was one of the more polluted cities in the world. And it was making me think about when I heard stories of, for example, they had big forest fires in Indonesia, and the cities were being encompassed with a huge amount of smoke from the forest fires. And I think in China that happened as well. And they employed a Russian company, and I don't know if they were using the Keshe plasma technology, but apparently they had some sort of proprietary system, and it wasn't fans or anything like that, where they would interact somehow with the smoke in the town or the city, and they would get it to disperse in a relatively short time. I was wondering if that was, and I think this company is still available on the international level for large scale projects like that, where they would come in and somehow through some technology would get the smoke to disappear or to get in balance with its environment. Has anyone heard of that? Or
Yes, Mark. I heard about it in the Knowledge Seeker workshop, and it was a reversed jet stream that sucked the fire out, and it was indeed a Russian who invented it. And Mr. Keshe knew about it because he told about that.
okay, thank you, Fried. But the Tehran is going to be cleaned up, and apparently the other cities will follow suit. He said, we're not going to just talk about this technology anymore. We're going to start showing and then go into the corona and so on. So all of this is going to come out of Iran. And that's where Mr. Keshe is going to take up a position of leading from the front, he said.
Can I make another question about cell?
For sure.
So my question is, Mr. Keshe says that when we die, we will become a star, maybe a sun, according to your knowledge and your plasma gathering. So the question is, maybe our cells on the point of death can become a human being, go to a one step up, you know? Do you understand my question?
Do you want to restate that one more time?
Can I answer this one so quick,
Oh,
please?
sure.
Hi, everyone. You need first to separate the soul plasma from the cell plasma. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Your soul will be shining as a star. But the physicality will go back to the elements of the earth. Although you shall receive from them back what you put in.
But what about the soul of self?
What you said?
What about the soul of the cells?
It will join the totality of the soul of the cells, which make the soul of the man.
So
All the souls in the cell will join back to the origin of the creator, and origin of the creator is your soul. The soul which made this physicality from the beginning of the time, and your time, it's on your the mother, what do you call it?
Inception.
Yeah.
Jalal, you need it whiteboard.
No, I cannot do anymore. I have a bad connection computer. Is that a little bit clear for you now?
Yeah.
And of course, we're learning that you don't have to actually expire. You can encompass the physicality with the soul and travel that way, so that you do create an immortality sort of structure where the soul then the soul of the physicality becomes the inside and the soul of the man becomes on the outside. Just the opposite, sort of inside out.
Yes. And whenever you are through with this physicality, you must bring it back here. Give
Yeah.
back from where you get it.
Or you can be immortal. I know that Mr. Keshet said that we could be immortal, but at the same time, he said you will have to separate at one point in time, but at another point in time, he said you can take it with you as you are the creator.
Yes, you can you can take your baggages, you can take your clothes, you can take your car, you can take your furniture, but you're gonna stick with them for all your life.
Not the furniture and not the cars and the other things, but just the body of the physicality, which you said the soul came to create this, but at the same time, the physicality then trapped the soul in so many ways. So the physicality has quite a bit of influence, I think, as well. It's it came to the soul came to the creation of the physicality, but at the same time, it entrapped the soul.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, it's all good.
This
It's all
you
good.
are not wrong. This suit you would like to wear it for 100 years or 200 years or 500 years. No problem.
Sure, I might like to get stuck in the rings of Saturn maybe for a while, few thousand years or so on. And I don't know if time will go by the same way it goes by as we experience it now, or will there be any time? You'll just be
you know what
in the
what
balance
you know
of the
what
fields of the existence.
you know what, Mark? And until this moment, you are right. Until really you see your soul And then if you would like to capsulate it in this physicality, then we will speak that time when we see
Uh-huh.
our souls.
I don't know. Even the creator hasn't seen his own soul.
No, no. We will not go this further.
So it's always a huge amount of knowledge that Mr. Kesh is imparting to us from the totality and to understand the totality. And sometimes we get stuck in this corner or that corner or with this and that. But it's something about this totality that's an elevating factor in a way.
You know, in your talk, Mark, it point a lot of things that we are really care only about the physical. And the process of the teaching and knowing the plasma without tangibility, without seeing them, it is the path to see the reality of the creation. Once we reach there, and then we can decide if this physicality is, tangible
If
or
it's really a leech or not.
yeah, if we always say, and even in the teaching, we say this physicality like a suit. You can take it, you can wear it, you can change it, whatever you want. So is this suit suitable for all the events? If you go a party or you go to the beach or you go to you need to change it according to the situation and position. So why we worry about taking it with us or leaving it here?
Right. And as we heard from Mr. Kesh, who wants to live in the same house for 1,000 years?
One he said to one of the knowledge seekers back in the 2015, he said, yeah, why not? You can say 300 years, but you know what? You will look like this caveman, because you see every year you are grown up and you see the changing in your physicality. In 200, 300, you will be look like an old tree.
Jalal, may I ask you? The sun is a soul.
Can you just
Come a little closer, Danilo.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
So the sun is a soul. The earth has a soul, and we are born from the interaction of the fields of these two souls. Okay.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
And so um, we are like living inside. You know, the Bible says that everything exists within God. So we are living within the fields of the sun and the earth. So we are like kids of two bodies, which is the sun and the earth, two souls. Can you explain a little more or go a little further on this thinking?
Where you are from?
I'm from Brazil.
Okay. Let's say you came from Brazil. So originally your body is coming from this environment. So is your soul now from this environment, or your physicality is from this environment?
I think both.
Again, think again.
My body.
Your body created from the fields of this environment. That means all the elements which is in this environment have a say in your physicality. But who is creating this physicality? It's your soul. So ask the right question: from where your soul came?
From the interaction of the sun and the earth.
Which one? Higher strength plasma. which origin came out from the center of this universe. You are from Brazil. Your body is from the environment of the Brazil or the environment of Earth. That's all. Like this, what you are wearing now, this your suit. This suit manufactured in Brazil. But that not mean that you are, as a physicality, you are now Brazilian. The same condition. Your physicality is came out from this fields of the earth, specific from this area. That's why it have a lot of a say in your behavior. Do according to the strength of the amino acid, which is in this environment. You can put it as a reference, but do you want the reference of physicality? Or now we are, as we brought up, one nation, one planet, and one race, and now we will add to it one universe, because in origin we are not from this earth, all of us here. In origin and reality, we are not from. If you go back to the origin of the soul.
So we are few collection of feuds.
Come closer to the mic, please.
So we are a collection of feuds from the center of the universe, which is our soul.
Yes, the higher strength came from there, and you are connected to it. It's you where you want to stop, in which position. Mark, did Mr. Cash speak about this? I think in the reactor group, in the end of the reactor group when he drew. Can you bring it? I think it's the time for it, for the people to understand.
Let me see if I can, give me a minute.
Creating of what the pasta? No, how he brought it.
Conversion of the same CO2 in the or plastic in the CH3.
No, the last in the reactor group, in the end, Mr. Cash, the last 30 minutes, he drew in the whiteboard.
Can you see it?
It was after the pasta, and that was after he was explaining where each one of us come from. And he said, I come from here.
Yeah, exactly, John. Exactly. Yeah, go back a little bit, maybe 10 minutes or something. A little bit more. Yeah, here. Let's see, let's hear, and you can understand now.
This is the biggest problem. We all have the capability to understand, and we live, don't need to understand, we live by it, of the knowledge of the universe. It's us who has put a barrier in understanding of it. You got to realize something in a very, very simple way. I explained this very recently, but explain it in a different way. You look at your physical body as a human body, but you're taking energy and the food from this planet. But at the same time, part of your body takes energy and it feels from the solar system because that's the bandwidth of its strength. Part of your body, your being, takes energy from the galaxy because it has the bandwidth to receive that. And at the same time, part of your structure as a GANs receives energy from the universe, from this capsule we are in, that all the things we see are in it. And then this universe itself is created from other dimension. So if you're in this dimension of man on earth today, breathing, which came from all the way down, you're receiving fields from the unicos, because otherwise it couldn't exist. We already have that access. It's us who have blinded us to it. It cannot be any other way. And then if that unicos has come from the fields of the source, what we call the God, the creator, so we already have a link to him. We are made of it. We are the link to it. It's very much, I explain this to children. Children understand, they laugh their head off when you tell them. God is like a dough. Everything is in it. You put the cheese in it, you put the salt in it, you put the pepper in it, all in it. And then you put this dough into a press and you make it like thick, what do you call, spaghettis. Now, where does that single spaghetti goes? If you push that single spaghetti coming out of the main dough system into another string, you can pull it and divide it to more, if you can imagine that. And then this process carries on. But you're still connected to the dough machine at the beginning. Brick, can you give me a whiteboard, please? This is what we haven't understood. And this is what we have to understand. We carry the whole essence of it. If this is the what I call the dough, and you put this dough in a machine in a simple way, what we call extrusion, and you press this dough with a thicker system, bigger one, and then you put the next machine in, and you make it thicker, thinner. And then you put another one, the system goes on its own. And you realize that from the beginning to the end, we are connected. It's just us who has compartmentalized the understanding. We don't want to see what is beyond this. And at the end of this, we make a nugget out of it. This nugget is us, because now we collected it. But if you look at it, we are all the way, have been, will be, shall be connected to the door. It's just which box you want to take out. And then you see the knowledge. It's you who have put that box, but in fact, the door has always been all the way through. We decided to play magic game.
Simple than that. There is nothing.
We carry, in essence, the whole knowledge of the creator, the taste of it, the cheese in it, the pepper in it, the paprika in it, and everything else, which was put in the original dough. You call the first part Unicos, you call this one the universe, you call this the galaxy or the earth. But in essence, we carry all of it. We have to understand in which field of strength we want to operate. There is no limitation. I come, I origin, and I sit here. Because in that process, I can go all the way down, knowing at the end is where the beginning came from. You have decided to create pigeon boxes, and you call it, I don't understand. Nothing is hidden. It just depends where you're looking at. And it's not a management system which has blocked it. It's you who's got to manage it to unblock it.
Thank you, Mike. You can stop here. So is it easy to understand? Or is it very complex?
Just take the banana. How much of the banana do you want to peel? You want to just stop at the top, or do you want to go farther or farther?
Danielo, is it answered your question?
Yeah. Thank you.
Can you come close to your mic, please?
Yeah. Thank you. It was amazing.
It is very difficult, huh?
It's not so difficult.
No, it's us who have denied who we are, no one else. Well, yes, others in the religious and other friends and relatives may not agree, but it's us individually who decides how much of the banana do you want to peel.
We came from the creator, but we are not the creator. Is it true? Because I created my body, but I don't created my soul. That right?
Wait. Can you come close to your mic first?
Can you hear me?
Now, okay. What you said?
I said I created my physical body, but I didn't. I don't create my soul. Is it right? So I am not the creator of my soul.
If you take a magnet and you break it into smaller pieces, it carries the same strength as the original magnet. So yes, you are part of and are the creator because you're part of the totality.
You know my advice to you, Danielo?
Don't say go to church. No.
No. You know this this part. This is I think 5 minutes or how much? 10 minutes maybe. Go and swim in it. Then you will understand.
Mm-hmm.
If you are the creator or you are part, or maybe you are this box, not even related to the to the onion in it.
Can you share the link on the chat, please, Mark?
I'm not sure how to do that, but it is from the last reactor group, the Kesh plasma reactor group from May 12th, 2021. And Mr.
Okay.
Kesh comes in about 3 hours into it, and he continues on until the end, which is about
6 hours.
6 hours and 13 minutes. So you can hear we played about the first 30 minutes of that as Jefferson had asked Mr. Kesh a question, and it just took off from there. And I wanted everybody to sort of understand the bigger picture of the Kesh Foundation, sort of where it came from and where it's going to, so that you can explain it to others, because even for knowledge seekers, sometimes it's sort of an anomaly about this whole Kesh Foundation and what is it all about. And Mr. Kesh gave a beautiful overview there. Jackie, I saw your mic flash open. Was hoping to hear from you.
Thank you, Mark. I was just going to say, I was listening to that earlier today myself. If you go to youtube.com, type in one word, Mr. Fix-It Rick, it will bring up his channel and you can find it that way as well. And also I saw that Dan just put a link in for the live stream.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
My pleasure.
So we can all make Ganses and we can all elevate the soul of the planet. And this should be part of our mainstay, and spreading these GANs all across the world, because it has a way of balancing things from the air to the environment to the people and to the planet. So if you think you can't do anything or you're not doing enough or so on, just work with that for a little while. And of course, it will work on you as well. In so many ways, the GANs takes from the body what the body doesn't need, and it gives to the body what the body does need. It's quite a phenomenal entity, or contains such intelligence that it knows, even releasing it in the environment, it knows where to go and what to do. And it wasn't always that way. I think the universal community has actually done some restructuring of it in a way, but I could be wrong. James has a question here. Did Mr. Kesh say to use CH3 plasma water in Cup of Life? I didn't hear him say that. I think he said actually the opposite for a while, until this corona has been sort of stabilized or drained some of its energy, that we should sort of avoid the CH3 at the time. But maybe not for the knowledge seekers, as they're want to use it, and it is something that we have before. But there's many other Ganses to make as well. And that's one of our issues, is that we haven't combined and learned how to combine some of these Ganses together to stimulate the hormones and so on. But there's also breathing techniques, and these will all be revealed in time to get these things underway. But yes, the physicality can be dissolved and even you can become invisible once you learn the technique, and it's apparently very simple. Even though it sounds beyond our comprehension at the time, the universal knowledge is beyond our ability to comprehend many of it, at least at this stage. But we're learning and we're growing.
Mark, what did Adam and Eve eat?
I wasn't there. I'm not exactly sure, but I know there was an apple, supposedly,
Well,
from the story.
and what does Mr. Kesh say on Thursday? The skin of the apple and the seed of the apple have the arsenic for you to do that work.
Mernez, I just muted your mic, dear, okay?
You muted John, not Menas.
No, she keeps jumping around here. I don't know why. It's back open again. Mernez, can you keep your mic close, please? Thank you.
Jumping Jehoshaphat.
So I sent a little message to Raphael. We did play a small clip from the 1-1 in January of 21, 1-1-21. And that was, we showed the picture of you on the TV Galactica and so on, and how you're doing such an outreach down there. Apparently, you've caught the attention of some, or even more. And I know Mr. Kesh said the governments are observing what we're doing here. And that's fine, because the servers are protected in Iran, apparently, at this time. So we're not going to experience that. Was that on the, what did you call it, archives.com? Is that where you were keeping? I wasn't sure if it was everything you lost or just the last program. Would you want to make any comments? And I know there's still plenty of it, of your work out there, if you're still with us. And I just wanted to play it to show our solidarity with the Brazil language community.
Yes. Hello, Mark. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hello. Thank you for sharing the video. And about the archive.org, we had all the videos with us. That's something that we need to put clear, because we keep it in our computer, in our system here. But in the archive.org, it was very interesting, because they delete only the knowledge seeker workshop that we had with translation in Portuguese language. And they little by little start to take out all the other teachings also. They took out Alex's teaching and all the teachings. So today we have 10 playlists there. They didn't took out this playlist. And we have the summaries of Mr. Kesh teachings there also, and the Easy Learning Plasma Science teach that we made. So the archive.org was a platform, a website that we found that was a very well-organized platform. And it was nice because it is controlled by the American government. So that's one thing that we were aware about and thinking about, that we don't know that maybe have this connection. But what really happened was this: they took out more than a half of our teachings now from the platform. And now we are putting everything on channels, on Telegram channels, for now, because we feel that's the most secure place for us to have our videos without having this problem to people take our videos up. So we are putting everything in different channels. So we have a channel just for the knowledge seeker workshop in Portuguese language, translating in Portuguese language. We have another channel just for the Friday teachings. And we have also another channel for the summaries of Mr. Kesh. And we are sharing the links of this channel so people can go into these channels to listen and watch the teachings.
Was there any official reason why it was deleted, or was it maybe just some sort of programmer or somebody in the structure there at archives.org that took the liberty upon himself?
Yeah, that what was strange because it was a surprise for us. When I just opened the channel and we just lost. There was nothing there. No, they didn't put any notes for us or any message to us. And if somebody click in the old link, it just show up a message that the video was banned and removed, and that's all. And there's no explanation for us about it. They just took that out. That was really, really strange.
Can I come in? Good evening.
Good evening.
This we were expecting up Brazil. We've done some checks since last time we spoke, and we know how it's been done and the way it was done. So that's why we advise you to transfer everything into Keshe Foundation TV, all your programs, and we keep it there in our archives and television archives. So please transfer not only to Telegram, send them and be allowed to be loaded on a KFTV as part of the teaching part. Because the English version is there, we allow the Spanish, the Portuguese one to go up on a TV channel. But it takes time to load these up because when it goes up as a TV, it needs a lot of editing. If you can get it edited by the Keshe Foundation team and then send it to us, we get it loaded on the KFTV.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. I'm in touch with Marius and Dean already.
Yeah, we asked you to do it. We know roughly, we've done some work in the background and our security have found a track. And we don't want to go open with it, but we know exactly how it's been done and who's been behind it.
And also, Mr. Keshe, for all of us, we need to understand also the Telegram can delay some certain things.
Telegram can be, but we are taking steps. We need another 3 to 6 months. Keshe Foundation will all go on servers that nobody can touch. We don't want to disclose it. I told you the programs are getting written that we will sit on our own structure. It's just a process which we have started. And initially, KF Global was done in the background to check. And now Keshe Foundation is set up. We just wait. You just got to be patient, but keep all the records, all the teachings, which is in Portuguese translated. Please send them to be loaded on Keshe Foundation. But in the next few months, you will understand. We have set up the biggest structure in the whole of the network of the Keshe Foundation. And gradually will come up. The programs are all, the base has been written. And now we go into the next step. As I told you, Keshe Foundation now has a full-time, it increases to about 8 full-time computer program writers. And this we have covered. We are aware of it. The governments who work with us were aware of it. Now we know how Brazil is done. And it's primarily, we don't want to go out about it, but we know how it's been done. We had to find out, and I received a report about a day ago, 2 days ago. You haven't been taken out. It hasn't been taken out. It was set up by people to be done this way. So don't worry about it.
I think you're showing so much beauty, Rafael, in the Brazilian language community that certain people don't want beauty shown. And Mr. Keshe says that's what we're going to be showing on the KFTV. No bad things, only beautiful things. There may be some exposés on some other knowledges that they're privy to, but mostly beauty.
We expect more in Brazil. So what happens, we just wait. We're expecting more kind of these actions in Brazil.
Or anyone else who'd like to bring up a subject or a topic or like to share something? Maybe a testimonial?
I would tell Mr. Kesh, if at the beginning, forget now when, what timeline on this teaching we had, my experience with the lightning. Mr. Kesh may be wanting to analyze that happening.
And you said your tower was not grounded. Is that correct, John? Normally on tops of big buildings, they put many of these little antennas to collect the
Yes.
lightning, and they're diverted into the ground.
Yeah, exactly. No, but they're pretty expensive. It's a lot of copper. And in fact, my experience is when you do have a lighting arrestor, that brings a lot of other problems because that calls for lightning. And then you got to have the capacity to be able to delve with the energy, which normally will burn out your equipment altogether also. So I avoid using spark arresters, arresters.
Lightning
arresters.
rods.
Yeah, lightning arresters. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I had a close lightning strike here, and it actually took out the garage door opener. I didn't have it plugged into a surge protector. It was just plugged into the plug, but that was the only thing. It was quite a loud bang. This was a few years ago, and I experienced that. And it didn't hit anywhere that I could tell, but it must have just been the stray voltage or something that somehow got into the house somewhere, and it shorted the garage door opener.
The lightning induces a current on the wiring on the street, and that's what hits all your electronics. And normally all the electronics have those what you call them?
Surge
inducers, yeah.
Protector,
But
yes.
yeah, protectors. But the energy is so much that it just blows everything up. My fuses and the fuse boxes just were burnt out to nothing. They disappeared on my transmitter. So right now I'm recuperating all my equipment. I've been doing so for the last 10 days.
And even when they have those lightning rods, sometimes they don't always work. Apparently, the
thing
lightning
is,
can still hit the building.
And no, it will, because you're calling the lightning. The lightning arrestor, what it does is it's calling the lightning.
Saying, hit me here, hit me here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then you got to have the capacity to withstand the energy. It's pretty expensive to install that, because it has to have a very big high capacity, but then it is no guarantee it will save all your equipment. And what did save mine was this plasma dome. As I told you, my tower is 57 meters tall, and by the noise and what happened and what those people saw, the dome must have been about 80 meters tall at least, between 80 and 100 meters tall, and that lightning just went into light. It was a very big flashlight, which was seen in a very big way over 500 meters away. The flash of light, not the lightning, the flash of light, it was tremendous. And the sound was incredible, because that's instantaneous. When the lightning hits near you, that it takes no time to listen to the lightning. The sound travels 300 meters every second. So that gives you an idea of where it fell.
That gives you an idea how your immune system works.
Yeah, exactly. And my tower, the base of my tower is only 2 meters away from my plasma tank.
Mr. Cash, are you there?
In soul or in physicality?
In physicality.
You just brought him back.
Mr. Cash, for the similarity, in the car, there is a device which convert 12 volts for the compaction plug to blow up and start start the fire in this combustion.
Yeah, the induction coils. It's a transformer, very high, about 20 to 50,000 volts.
Yes, this is what I mean. So, is there a similarity in this with the body of the man?
In this occurrence,
You know, if you listen to the news, a child of 8 or 9 last week was killed by lightning while playing football. And we can get hit, we can get picked up, but depends how much and how we are positioned. I don't know much about these things because I escaped these kind of things when I was teaching. One of the best things they get hit is power transmissions. And whenever we had a teaching about these power transmissions in university, I wasn't much interested. So I know a little bit, not much. But the human body has a capability to absorb the plasma energy. And when it changes to matter energy, we cannot handle. In a space, we will be hit by plasma fields worse than what we see here. But on the other hand, because we are made of gases, we go through them. The same thing as you see here, we have thunderstorms in plasma. But if you stay in the dimension of plasma, you change position a little bit, but you absorb the energy. And this is the process which we learn gradually, but essentially we don't. I've seen many of these lightning in a drastic way over years. But essentially, if it's at the plasma level, we can go through it. If it is at the electric level, when it converts into inertia, we get hit by it. As John said, we call to the sun. The lightning goes from Earth up. It doesn't come up from the clouds. If you shorten it, it comes up. We call, as John said, we call for them. But essentially, it's a phenomenon, depends where you are. If you're in Africa or you're north of Italy, you see them in a gorgeous, beautiful ways. I have watched one of the most powerful one in Sierra Leone some years ago. We saw it, and we saw the land exploding in the distance.
And
We've
didn't
seen
you-
many of it in China where we were testing.
And I think you went through something like this yourself. You told us about a plane. You were sitting in a plane on the tarmac and the plane was hit. Or was the plane hit?
This is where I had my stroke. This is the time when we perceived that's the time when I had a stroke, because the side of my face where it was next to the window, the burning sign, you still sometimes you see it. My crew saw it. One of my air hostesses watched me getting it. They saw it when we got hit. They banned all the flights. We were just sitting on the runway, on the secondary runway, like every other, till the storm passes. But nothing happened to the plane, nothing. I must have been leaning against the face, against the wall. I still sometimes get it, comes up in a dark mark on my right side where I lean against the window.
The other interesting information is what Gianni told us about a month ago, what happened with the snow there in Romania. He was making some wooden domes about 10 meters in diameter. And they had the snow coming down there in the beginning of the spring. And around the dome, there was no, just near the dome, there was no snow. The snow landed over 20 meters away from the dome. And then there was a fog, and there was no fog around this dome, but it was very foggy farther away. They're all different effects, just like Tom Salas had it in Dominica.
Dan, I was trying to prepare a whiteboard for you. Did you want to draw something? You said, I know it's not used, but I want to compare the new Tesla transformer to the plasma on a white page. I was trying to share a white page. Can you share your white page?
Yes, thank you, Mark. I
Yes,
asked
Dan.
it first because it's not usual.
Rick suggested we interact more with the whiteboard. When we're asking Mr. Kesh a question, Mr. Kesh loves the whiteboard, he said. We see your whiteboard.
If he draw, he will not speak. So let him speak before he draw.
Yeah, he likes printing new information on a whiteboard, printing new knowledge.
We have the Tesla coil, let's say, or transformers. I want to paragonate with body is full of gas, and this it's bringing to let's say the soul of physicality, let's say different potential. I don't want to go to physical way, only in the plasma way, like a capacitor. We are making full of gas. And I remember when Mr. Kesh was saying about what is to the end of one, what is the point of reference? When you have the, let's say, McGrath coils or every something, which means plasma, and you are making the capacitor, plasma capacitor. What is to the other end? For this reason, is needed not touching and not the GaNs and nano coating, but this is the other, let's say, road. Regarding the plasma coils or transformers, Tesla transformers, ignition coil in the car, we have two parts, no? From the same coil, you have the point of reference. Here we have the soul of man in the brain. We have the soul of physicality. Let's say I drawing like a heart. It's not properly, but this is. And I paragonate with, let's say, we are the middle. We have the creator, the soul inside, in the middle, in our soul. We have the body or organs, the other layer, and we are living in the environment, universe, creating like a sword, like a sergeant, where in the creation. We are the creation in the creator, in this shape. Only that I want to, because always I try to, in last time, I try to think in every time, every emotion in plasma way, if it's possible. And regarding the experience of Johnny, she have the dome, physical dome, but when utilize GaNs and fields, she create plasma domes in that area. It's snowing, and here it's only raining, let's say. We have a lot of fog, and here from this area we have clear vision. Only that way I want to bring out. We are here like our soul. We are living in the environment, creating by other fields, layering by layering, interact. We are between the creator, soul of the earth, who is also part of the creation of the creator. Always I find we are in the middle. Always if is something below, is something up. I stop speaking or talking. And thank you. Thank you very much.
What is your exact question, Dan?
It's not the question, it's let's say, it's my image from my mind when John explained the lighting touching the dome who is creating by plasma water, and for plasma water who is giving surround for many peoples, and similarity with the Johnny, and the similarity with the Tesla coils, with our let's say balancing between our soul and soul of physicality, and our physicality, how they convert the light or the energy in the plasmatic energy and transform from matter to the plasma to the matter. It's like a mess in my head, but it's better shutting down my mic.
It's very interesting, though, your comparison. Very, very interesting.
And sorry, bringing, I thinking of what Mr. is saying about epilepsy, the shutting down of system, the switch is on and off regarding the information which coming to the connection. And
Dan, are you speaking?
I thought it was just my system. Dan, we can't hear you.
Okay, I understand. I talking about, I bring my mind to my mind when Mr. Kesh saying about switching off and on of passing to the information from the epileptic situation, when you have hardware and software difference, how many energy you can manage and how is protect. And the beautiful soul, which means the two coexist in the same body. And the cell, like in the foundation, we have the, let's say, two heads of the foundation. We are all the cell of the foundation, knowledge seekers, is the same in our body. We have each cell have the soul. We are totality. We have two center of the commands, let's say soul of physicality and soul, our soul in the brain. All have the line of connection with the creator. It's better close my mic, trust me. And the cheer of the cake, I remember what Jalal bringing regarding the smoking. The line of hormones, line of, let's say, communication by brain gland and sanguine neural system.
The level of your microphone is pretty low.
Dan, it went back down again.
It's better give up to the Bluetooth. Regarding the two ways of communication, when Mr. Keshe spoke speaking about the cyanide, cyanur, carbon and nitrogen.
Cyanide.
Okay, regarding the field of emotion, of satisfaction, of trust, regarding the stress, place where you are relaxed, the feel comfortable, and we have the blood circulation, we have the neural circulation, we have it's like a triangulation of the feelings of the emotion in the brain, and not only in the brain. In my mind, it's needed to making let's say, clear for expressing the word what I want to say. Basically, I always put together little piece of the puzzle. It's better leave the space to the other for making good connection with between the knowledge workshops.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow it totally, Dan. Maybe others have.
It's why I smoke through the by passing from the stress, from the neurotoxins, nicotine, to the relaxation, to find the plasma feels emotion, to be relaxed. This is one part. The other part is by hormone, no? When you have the adrenaline or the other things, the hormones you are releasing when you are scared or when you are happy, when you are some connection between suprarenal glands or the thyroid. This is the other part. I know it's very hard to follow me because I am messy. It's better keep going without.
Skip it, skip it.
I apologize. I create more confusion.
We could just shelve that for a minute and come back to it. I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to, you said, why are you smoking? For relaxation or to de-stress?
Let me clear it a little bit.
Thank you, Gerard.
We brought this about the smoking, and we find out that the body of the man takes the nicotine and related to the emotion of relax. So the body depends on this nicotine for that sort of energy, mimicking the energy of dopamine, what they call it, dopamine or something like this.
Dopamine.
So, yeah, for the people which they want to get rid of smoking, and we heard it a lot from Mr. Cash, that you cannot stop just like this. You need to reduce it the way you smoked from the beginning to the end, and you go back from end to the beginning, because you need the body to adapt to the changing of the uh, level of the nicotine. And one of the time I was searching for some things in the internet, I saw one of the doctors, and he explained it in the real physicality, what's happening, and how if you want to quit smoking, you cannot smoke just like this. You need to provide the body with elements which mimic the need of the body for the nicotine. It is not the name, we know it now in the plasma. It is sort of energy which the body used to it, and he take it as a source of energy. And this is, we call it in the names of nicotine. But he find out that there is three elements. I can bring them here that you understand it in the right chemical names of it. You need to provide it to the body as alternative of this sort of energy. Then when you quit the smoking and you are taking this sort of energy from the smoking, you can take it from another source, which make the same thing, but in reality, it do not depend in the smoking way. So it's very easy to quit smoking by this way. And we thought that we make it as a gangsters. We are thinking about it, and we will see if it need a little bit study on this subject.
Well, I thought I understood that when you burn something, you're releasing some radiation. And those two bits, Mr. Kesh said, that hang in the back of your throat, I think they call them tonsils. I had mine removed, or my parents had it removed for me. And the radiation from smoking, someone compared it to like getting 200 chest x-rays per year, something along that line. So if the soul sits above those two little bits, is it trying to take some radioactive material and do something with it? Or is this just something the physicality is doing?
You can approach it from all the three points of it, and in the end, you will understand that it is the soul which takes this sort of energy, convert it to what it needs by the physicality, through the physicality filter, or through the emotion of it also, because we find out it is the emotion side of it which is dictate what kind of sort of energy we need to take to transfer it to the soul.
Mr. Kesh, when the tonsils are removed, is that part of your immune system, or is that a needed part of the body? I would think it would be if the tonsils are there, but apparently there's a tonsillectomy or something that people do, doctors do, and so on, and this is supposed to help people.
I remember one time Mr. Kash said about it. It is an old detecting device. It was from the beginning of the creation of the man, but in this period of evolution, we don't need it anymore. And I don't know if we don't need it.
Hi, Jalal.
Hi, Salamaya.
I had a dream with you smoking, and you start to to speak about smoking right now, you and then.
Even in the dream, I'm smoking. My God.
Yes. Yes, my question is also related to smoking. I am not a smoker, and when somebody starts to smoke, I feel very, very uncomfortable and even bad. I feel like vomiting, and I don't know why. Can you explain me?
It's you who is promoting, not me. So you need to explain it yourself.
Mm-hmm. So for somebody is a pleasure, but for me is not. When I was little, I mean, some people just didn't take care of me, and everybody started to smoke around the television because the television was rare. And maybe because of this, I had this sensation of, and it was very, very strong for me. And I went to my mom and I said, my mom, it's I can't stay here, it's difficult. And she asked everybody, don't smoke around me when I am there. And maybe it is a reflection of this memory. Yeah, my mom, sometimes she used to smoke. And I said, Mom, is not good. Please don't smoke. But she continued to smoke. Not too much. Sometimes she said that she feels relieved. Anyway, I have a question for everybody. Last time on our teaching, Friday teaching, we start to learn the second chapter from the book Structure of Light. And one knowledge seeker just said that he doesn't agree that the light is not energy. Which are our arguments in favor of our how do you say, our it's not an axiom, but it's like an axiom for me, that the light is not energy. The light is a kind of plasma and can create energy and transport energy, but it's not energy as Einstein wrong was stating. Can you help me with arguments in favor of our saying, not saying, our statement? Thank you. If somebody can help me, will be very useful, because we will have a debate next Friday.
I imagine the best thing you can do is read the whole second book and interpret what you are reading. There you'll have a good idea of how the whole process takes place.
Yes, thank you. I start to read introduction, first chapter, and now we start second chapter. So you say that I have to read all book. From my knowledge from classical physics, I know that photons are the carriers of light.
Well, but photons are a theory. Don't take theories as a
Yes, of course, it's a construct. We know science is construct.
Exactly.
Yeah, and maybe these photons can be plasma, because carries the energy like photons. He's an engineer on electronics, and he studied all his life this topic, and I don't know how to convince him that is not correct, his assumptions. I have the feeling, but I don't know how to do it. Okay, I will study, and next Sunday I will share with you what I found. Okay, thank you.
Today I have a little bit discussion with my wife about something. We went to a flower shop to buy some flowers and something to plant it in the house, and we saw a lot of flowers, but I came close to them. There's no smell in them. And I said, oh, you know what? These flowers, if they need a little bit a heat of temperature, then the the oil of the flower it will come out and then as a smell. Said, you know what? It's not about the heat. It is that here in Sweden, all the flowers, what they are making or producing genetically without any smell, they take out the smell from them. And I said, why is that? She said, because there is a lot of people, they are allergic to the smell. That's why wherever you go, and this is actually right, wherever you go, you will see a sign saying, please do not put a strong perfume or something, because the smell it affects a lot of people here. They have allergic to the smell, and you notice if you want to make similarity about smoke and the smell, what is the most beautiful smells? The flowers. And here we do not use it because it's affect a lot of people. So pleasure for someone, it is harm for another one. It's an energy, and from where you see this package of energy and how it's affect.
Yes, thank you, Jalal. I went in to visit a professor in his office, and he started to smoke trabuk, and asked me, "Do you like the smell?" And after he realized I'm not a smoker, and excuse and stopped to smoke, but I feel it that it was nice smell from the trabuk. Trabuk is different from cigarette. Yes, has also nicotine, but has good smell. I like this smell of. I can find it's not so.
So it is not the problem with nicotine. It is the problem with the smell. That's all.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes. Yes.
You see how the emotion affect.
Yeah.
The same sort of energy, but different smell. You accept it or you reject it.
Yes, I accept. Depends on the smell. But I know that it's not good to smoke. And in my life, I didn't do anything bad for my health, you know? And maybe that's why. I was born like this. Nobody told me. I just realized that is not good. But
you know,
I'm not sure now because many people smoke. But anyway.
You see, now it's the rejection come out of what? Of the filters, which we put in. Due to our knowledge, present knowledge. So if we add another, as who said it, another what do you call it? It skipped this word from me.
It's okay. I understood. At the soul level.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. Great.
You know, we are trying to pull Mr. Cash leg here in the discussion, but maybe someone clever enough to bring a good question.
Yes. Today I was listening to Shin Carroll. I'm not sure about my spelling. Shin Carroll. And he was answering to some questions of different people on Mindscape. And somebody was asking him about the field, our field.
One question that I have is Mr. Kesh is going back to Tehran to deal with the pollution there. But how does the pollution that we create on this planet affect the outer space areas for craft that are arriving here or even other planets? Oh, well, maybe he's not here.
He didn't bite on that one.
No, he's busy with cooking.
I'll tell you a story that happened to me on Friday evening, late evening, and it's a very strange story to me. It's the strangest things that's happened to me in quite a long time. I had to go out and run an errand, so I came back. It might have been 10:30, and before I turned onto my street, I looked through the trees. And again, I'm just going to tell you the story. I don't understand it. I looked through the trees and I saw a quarter moon, about a quarter moon. So I pulled into my driveway. The street is a short street. And I went into the backyard and I started looking at the moon. And I could see it looked like there was an eclipse going on. Now, it was partly cloudy, so there were some clouds in the sky, but it wasn't fully overcast as I could see this quarter moon. I started looking at the stars and I'm looking at the moon and I could see it was just like an eclipse. It was moving slowly. If you've ever seen, now this was a lunar eclipse. So I could see that the quarter moon became an eighth moon and then it totally disappeared. So I said, well, this will be back. And again, this was through a tree that I was seeing this, but there was no way. It was a perfect circle shape that was covering the moon, and the moon just faded out as it normally would with a lunar eclipse. So I'm waiting for the moon on the other side to start to show itself. And I'm looking at these stars and I'm thinking, you know, Mr. Kesh said, if you can see the star, you are receiving its magnetical fields. And there were two of them sort of right next to each other. They were kind of twinkling. I wasn't sure if they were craft or they were stars. And I looked in other parts of the sky waiting for the moon again to reveal itself. So the moon didn't reveal itself. So I went back in the house and did a couple things and I came out and maybe 3 or 4 minutes later and there was no moon there. And I start to say, did I really just see what I thought I saw? Or did the clouds cover the moon? So I went back in the house and I looked up on I said, I didn't hear anything about a lunar eclipse. And then I looked it up and apparently there's a lunar eclipse planned for the 26th of this month, but it was only the 14th of the month. So I said, am I seeing things or am I, you know, I couldn't figure out what's going on because it perfectly covered the moon, whatever it was. And then I went back in. I said, gee, it should have appeared by now. I came back out. There was no moon. I'm not sure. I couldn't see if it was covered by clouds or what. So then I started thinking, I see these two stars and they're twinkling. And I'm saying, was a trick just played on me? Were these the clowns or the tricksters that were trying to show me something? And I went back out 20 minutes later, there was no moon. And I said, gee, how could I see a lunar eclipse when it's not supposed to be taking place until another 12 days? So I couldn't figure that out. I couldn't figure it out at all, what was going on. And I went to sleep and, just sort of forgot about it. I had a dream about Mr. Cash for some reason, and which a lot of people do. This is nothing unusual. But I was just wondering, did I trick myself? And I know Mr. Cash many times will say, I wasn't there. I don't know what you saw. Did I imagine this, or did a cloud cover it? But I thought if a cloud covered it, it would be more jagged or something. It wouldn't just form that perfect circle and the moon just faded out. And so that was a very puzzling thing that happened to me on Friday evening, late. And then yes.
I think what you should do is wait for the real eclipse and see if it's the exact same thing you've seen.
Yeah.
So were you traveling through time?
I don't know. I thought the tricksters were playing a little trick with me.
I have a comment about the smells in flowers. We don't know what and how the animals smell. Look how dogs and cats and all the other animals react to different flowers. So we know dogs and cats smell is so much sharper than a human's. But also people that, a friend of mine who he had went blind over many years, and he said, what happened just before is that all my other senses, he says, have now heightened themselves. I smell things better. I sense my feelings better. He says, because I know what everything looked like. At least I have a reference. He said, the other blind people that I went to school with and things, they don't have that reference. So he says, I feel really blessed to have the reference to see and know what I'm missing. The blind don't know what they're missing. So this could be the same thing with why one person smells a flower that's very beautiful and another person smells it. No, I don't like that. I think it has to do with the perception of the person. And like you said, what about the tonsils? What do they do? Do they affect the smell? Our ability to smell?
I don't know, but I'm just sharing. I just shared that story with you. That's exactly what happened as I saw it from my perspective, I guess, or my point of observation.
Well, it'll be interesting to hear your next observation once the eclipse happens and you come and bring another.
Don't know.
You bring your observation of that.
And I was quite disturbed because I went in and out a few times waiting for the moon to come back out, but it never came back out. I never saw it again. And then I just said, I don't know, something's up. But I sort of said, well, I read on the internet, it's not supposed to happen for another so many days. So it was a very odd occurrence for me. And that's the strangest thing that's happened in 2 decades or more, that at least to myself, or whatever transpired there. But when I was looking up into the sky, I was thinking about connecting with the stars and what it would be like to go there, and and realizing I was connected to it because I'm seeing the light. So that means you've received the magnetical field of that star. So I just thought I'd share that and take what you will from it. I'm still puzzled.
I have a question about the magnetic and gravitational field. We think that is 2 different forces, but indeed is it the same force in different directions, like a toroidal field, like a torus? You know what torus mean? Can you hear me?
We hear you.
So are the magnetical and gravitational the same field, but in different direction? instead of being two different forces, like in a toroidal shape, you know, torus field.
I don't think you can have array or anything in both magnetical and gravitational. Now, some may be stronger on the magnetical side and weaker on the gravitational side, as I understand it, or stronger on the gravitational side and weaker on the magnetical side, but both exist, as I understand it.
So I think it's better for me to make a drawing.
Mark, I can get it.
Can I draw?
Thank you, Ed. Yes, I don't
so-
think drawing would be a problem at all.
So here you have your entity, and then you have your field going outward, and then coming back inwards. Then you have gravitational and magnetical, but indeed it's the same field. Am I right? You guys know?
Well, he likes to show it if you had a magnetical coming out of the top, some of them leave, but some of them turn around rather quickly and go back into the structure. So if you were to have some fields coming out of the top of the circle, not all of them actually leave. Some of them turn around in a very short distance and come back into the structure, or on the side of the structure, or 3/4 of the way up the structure. So do they turn into gravitational, or is that still a magnetic field? And the same out the bottom. Coming into the bottom, but some of them actually leave the bottom as well. So are they two different fields, or is it the same field converting? For whatever reason.
Can you give me a whiteboard, please?
Yeah, I'm not sharing my screen.
When you have,
thank you, Dan.
When you have a plasma, sorry about this, never become a Picasso. When you have a plasma, you have fields which are going this way. Then you have fields which are going, oops. Then you have fields which are going, what's happening to this? And let me draw your magnetic. And this one going this way. So every magnetic field has its counter field with it. Every clock field has an anti-clock with it. And when this looks like being gravitational, there is a field next to it, which is magnetical. That's why it holds the position. The fields in the plasma create condition of position holding for each other. And this is one of the reasons the fields are in a loop shape. As one reduces, the other one increases when they get a balance, and the turn, it creates that turn. This is what Einstein and everything else went, and scientists for years, they said you cannot bend the light, but light bends through black holes and the rest of it, all the rubbish we hear. Because In fact, every light, every magnetic field at the strength of the light is a matter state. It has reached a matter state. We don't see a light from a star to us. If there is if you are the observer in this position, you don't see the light coming all the way from the star to you. When the light enters the atmosphere of inertia of the light strength, we see that light at the source, at the point of observation. We don't have any field shown in the transition. All the light of a star to us is the inertial point of the light in the gaseous condition of the Earth, or in the what we call the eye of observer, in our eye. When you look at it without the eye, you see the light differently. So every light, every magnetic field, the reason the light, you see it here, from there to you has point of what we call visibility at the point of inertia. The same as the matter changes on the surface from plasma due to the inertia, the light does the same. Light manifests to us when we introduce inertia at the strength of the light. And depends what that inertia in our eye is. We have a different salt salinity in our eye. What is pink to you then is yellow to me. And one of the reasons we see the light this way is because of this light. In reality, it travels both ways. One is gravitational and the other one is magnetical. In respect to the star or to the point of the light, in respect to us, is magnetical and gravitational. So what is coming to us, we are feeding back on the gravitational line, but on the lower strength, we are absorbing its magnetical. And the stars work the same, magnets work the same. And this is what I said many times in the teaching: when you put a iron dust on a table and you put a magnet next to it, you see gaps. You don't see a solid mass of iron going all the way around the what do you call the magnet. We don't see all being black here. We see gaps of fields. These gaps in this area, the magnetical is stronger and gravitational is weaker. We don't see the gravitational. Here, the gravitational is stronger and the magnetical is weaker. We don't see the magnetical. We only see the gravitational. It's just very, very small difference. And that's why we don't see it. And this is the friction between this gravitational and magnetical. If is created in a specific way, you will see literally lights going through or coming out of a magnet. We don't have this technology. Man hasn't possessed this technology. The way we see the vision with a night vision, in a coming time, when we create magnetic field visions, then we will see these lights. then they'll all be manifested to us. So when you say which one is gravitational, which magnetical, first of all, is observation point of view, where you're standing in this structure. Secondly, every magnetical field in plasma has its gravitational next to it. It's a tunnel, it's a joule transfer.
Did that clear things up for you, Danilo?
Yeah, yeah. I need to see again a lot of time, but I will try to
Myself,
understand.
yeah, myself as well.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Hi, Mr. Cash. Hello. Nice to hear you. I was in Delta some time ago, and I was with you and all knowledge seekers together. I don't know all of them, but I appear in Delta. Anyway, and I was asking you about the magnetic field, magnetical field, or magnetic. How is correct? Magnetic. And also many physicians from nowadays, they don't know to ask at this question how it was created, the magnetic field. And Sean Carroll said that we need new physics to explain this. Maybe magnetical fields comes from static field. He used to talk with Deepak Chopra, which is an Indian neuro psychiatrist, and he's also he studied astrophysics, and maybe it was the influence of him on his talking and on his answer. But you answered to me last time, and you said that consciousness created these magnetic fields. And I totally agree with you, because consciousness is out of time and space and is at the origin of everything. And we call consciousness, we call creator, God, is the same. They are similar. So I think that we find the answer to who, at the question, who creates the magnetic fields. Thank you. I wanted to share with you this before. And thank you to Dan, because he's always helping me with drawings. Good night.
Thank you, Dan. Oh, you're continuing to draw, and thank you, Solomia.
Anyone remember the movies of Charlie Chaplin's?
Silent movies?
Yeah, yes.
No, Dan talks at the soul level with all of us. It's his nature. Thank you. With images, we speak better than with words.
Now, Two Guy has a question in there. Would you like to open your mic? Is it Two Guy or Two Guy? Are you still with us? Let me just check. Yes. Would you like to verbalize your question for us? Mr. Two Guy? Or Tugway? Okay, he says he cannot speak, but everyone can read it. I have a question, but we should clear that Jin subject forever. This has taken too much time in the last teaching. What I understand from the teachings is that these are created fields. What someone of us sees in these fields is created by himself in his imagination. Mr. Kesh taught that we have the possibility to create any imagination. Any comments? Maybe perhaps that's what I did. I thought it was a full moon and it completed itself. I don't know why or how or for what reason, because I didn't even know there was supposed to be a full moon. And there wasn't on that night. It was in another 12 days. So I don't know exactly what transpired there, but something did.
I think you are right. We can create reality with our imagination. And sometimes this reality can be the construct of our mind, of our brain together and with size. Principal motor of our vision and imagination is pituitary and pineal glands together with eyes. As a block, if we don't have these glands, we can't imagine.
Right.
I'm not a doctor, but
No.
I'm not
Sometimes it works that we see things through our eyes and then it gets translated in the brain. But I think it's been explained to us, you can also project from the brain and see with the eyes.
Yeah, correct. And even we can see with the eyes of mind. I mean the third eye.
On the soul level.
Yeah, yes, you can see like a movie or images or I don't know if you see, but myself I see many times, and when I have I receive an answer like this. When I don't know what to do, just come on my face, on my I am with the eyes not closed, but come some visions with the answer. And Maybe it's a projection of my consciousness. I don't know. What is this? What is there? But comes like this from maybe the link with the pure consciousness, with a divinity, with a creator. And I don't know. We don't know to explain everything.
It's a big universe with a lot of knowledge.
Yes, yes, it's amazing. Even we can change the reality with the power of imagination. If we want to have green eyes, I wanted one day to have green eyes because my mother got green eyes, and I said, why I can't have like my mother? And when I start to, one day I look on the mirror and I got green eyes. I was so happy. And even now my eyes are a little bit green and dark, not dark, I don't know, like brown. It's not brown at all. It's with green. And maybe if I would like to imagine, I will get green eyes.
Mr. Kesh shared that with us. We have that ability to change the color of the eyes or the skin, or probably so many other things.
Yeah.
And he gave the example of the young lady who wanted to play the harp, but her structure was not made that way. But over the period of 6 months or a year and a half, her arms grew long enough, because it's a big instrument, to be able to play that. So she changed her physicality just through her emotions and wanting to play that harp so badly that the physicality changed in accordance with her wishes.
Yeah. I put on Facebook a picture of me when I was 3 years old. And I said I would like to have the same face. Crazy. And when I look in the mirror, I can see that I don't have any, I have a face like a child. And I change my face, but not the color of my hair. Now I have to imagine myself with hair when I was small, not small, younger. I start to have some green, some white color, and I don't like this. Maybe I will cover with henna, it's better. You know, I look like 25 years old. My body is like this. Many people when see me say that I'm not my age. I have 67, 68. In November 18, I will have 60, not 60, 58. Yeah, but I feel very young and I look young. I don't know how comes. Maybe it's my imagine and my wish. Don't get old and don't be tired. Have energy and work like and create like at 25 years old. And it's good that all of us will imagine us to be younger and we'll change our body. We'll become younger and healthier. Thank you.
Thank you. Jaco or Jacko, you put something in the chat. Since our soul manifests, we are creator of our reality called physicality. Would you like to explain more? If you can open your mic, you may be at work.
Hi, everybody. This is Jaco from Switzerland. It is the way I expire it is the way I feel it. More and more as the teachings continue, Mr. Kesh explains that we have to let loose the physicality to
Can you
go.
please raise your volume?
I have my volume all the way up.
Is it better now?
We can come closer a little bit.
Slightly.
Sorry, I have a headset and I'm on the maximum. Yeah, this is the way I feel it. Of course, I'm not sure, but I'm very sure that we have to focus on this soul field level to manifest in physicality. And I think our life is already a manifestation. So that is also the reason why we can change it. If we put our intentions on this change, then we can make the manifestation new or different. And yeah, I think this explains a lot. I would like to share something with you. It's about the boundaries where Dan was talking about, and it also relates to the teachings of Alex. When I was 18 years old, I lived in Holland. I worked in Germany, and my girlfriend was in Switzerland. So it happened that in a weekend I drove almost 2,000 kilometers to bring the wash to my mother, and then visited my girlfriend and went back to work on Monday morning. And while I was driving these lots of kilometers, it's 33 years ago now, I felt that when I make a boundary around my car, I can protect animals or even situations to get in an accident or like that. I fortunately never had any accidents, and since I have the Magraf in my car, I feel this much more stronger. And I also use it here because the way to work I have to drive goes over a pass where there are lots of animals on the road, especially when it's the season in between or the winter season. And I always manifest this boundary to make the road safe. I don't know if you understand what I mean, but I think this has to do with the domes, with the manifestation that we do, in fact, all the day.
Sounds like you allowed your soul to expand around the car, even though
Exactly.
maybe you didn't know exactly what was going on, but that was your intention and it followed.
Yes, and 33 years ago, I had no clue about this plasma world, but my feelings already showed it or gave me this knowledge to use, and it worked till now. And this brings me to the point that for me, it is we are going back to what we already know. Our soul is in this world of fields. So in fact, we remember where we come from and where we go to. And this is also what Mr. Kesh says in the intros of the teachings. And yeah, it is good to know that our soul is living in eternity, and we have the chance to progress out of time and out of the pressure which we have only in the physical lifetime from 80, 90 years.
So your intent was to protect the animals from you hitting them.
Yes, and also to have no accident with other cars or whatever. In this time, I made almost 100,000 kilometers in a year. I saw a lot of accidents happening on the highways. For example, in Germany, you could drive free, you had no limitations. I saw a lot happening, and this made me thinking, I don't want to hurt anyone else, and I also would like to be protected and have a safe trip. And it always functioned.
Very common in the United States. I read a few years ago, they said about 6,000 people a year lose their lives to hitting deer while driving their car.
Yes. yeah, just imagine if you have a deer 200-300 kilos on your car, you're driving 100 kilometers an hour, that's a total crash. And yeah, you can be happy if you survive it at all. And here in Switzerland, it also happens quite a lot. And it's also, yeah, animal has a soul too. So my intention is to hurt no one.
Yeah, very beautiful. Thank you. Beautiful.
Thank you.
So your mom didn't believe you were coming home to get the wash done, did she?
Well, she was happy to see me at all.
But it sounds good.
And it's also one of the things that at the moment with the corona problems, I cannot travel to Holland. I cannot visit her. Didn't see her for 2 years now. And she really has hard times. And I told her as soon as I can use the portation or the manifestation, I will come to visit her. And of course, I hope this situation will end sooner or later. But for me, it is very clear our manifestation on other places is in fact a learning from the soul. And if the soul knows it, it should be no problem to manifest in other place or other position, equal if it is on Earth or in space. And I see forward to that. Since the beginning, since 5 years ago, I started to follow the teachings. And one of my first things, I normally never dream. And then I had a dream that I could fly. And of course, it was probably because of the teachings and the thinking about flying cars or positioning. But I see really forward to that point of time when we can do that.
Very nice to hear from your beautiful voice.
Same
and
to you.
humble. Yes. I
And
see
it's wonderful
John.
to do it together.
Yeah. I see John is here with us, Bliven. Is there anything you'd like to share, John? You've been around the foundation quite a long time, and we always appreciate hearing from you.
Not a whole bunch. I was working with the concept of changing the gases of water into different molecules through like the O3. When we do when you do homeopathy, what you're doing is you're working with the oxygen molecule to excite it. And it's my thinking that there's a lot to be learned in this arena with exciting oxygen molecules so that the state of the gas of the water becomes different than water itself. Just like they do with the hydrogen powered gas vehicles, they change the oxygen molecules so that they become not a regular oxygen molecule, but an oxygen molecule that's maybe bigger or smaller. So I'm thinking that, if you do something like the nano of the nano, then you can take these very small oxygen molecules, excite them, and with the GANS material, you're not doing it in a matter state, but you're doing it in a plasmatic state. And my thinking is that it could be used to purify water It could be used to change the water molecules outside the body so that the water molecules inside the body can also change. So that's what I've been playing around with. Maybe you can open that up for other thoughts with other people in the discussion room and see what they think.
How is it like homeopathy? I know in homeopathy, you can't even test for the substance because it's gotten so small in there that only its field strength supposedly is in the solution. It can't be measured, but by the continual dilution of it, its fields are left imprinted or exist or
So that's
carried.
what we're dealing with the plasma state. We're dealing with the fields of oxygen, not oxygen itself, but the fields of oxygen. So with homeopathy, what you do is you excite the oxygen molecules within the potion or whatever it is you're working with, so that it increases the strength of them. With the plasma water, you can do something similar, but rather than shaking it like you would do with homeopathy, you can do it in my thoughts with like an oxygen concentrator, and then from there shake it to excite them. So all of a sudden, rather than having regular CO2, you have a super amplified nano CO2, which carries higher strength fields, maybe in more of a nano state.
Yes, most of us always go for the bigger and the stronger. And Mr. Kesh indicates he goes for the smaller and the weaker, which appears to be smaller and weaker.
But in this case, not necessarily weaker, but smaller.
Anyone would like to add to that or ask John a question?
John, have you tried putting physical oxygen, like from an oxygen tank into the CO2 and bubble it through?
Yeah, what I do is I super concentrate the oxygen with an oxygen concentrator. So it's not regular oxygen, it's let's say O3.
Okay, yeah, well, that's ozone.
Yeah, ozone. We know that like the ozone, for example, there's places where they inject the ozone into the blood, ozone therapy. But in this case, what I'm looking for is to keep it in a plasma state. In other words, take the field strength, but using the oxygen concentrator.
Yeah, I played with that injecting ozone stuff, and you really got to know what you're doing there. And in the automotive field for years, I tried to get an engine to run on ozone. I could never supply enough ozone for the engine to climb a hill. It worked perfectly on the flat, but as soon as it got to a certain altitude, it didn't have the same effect. But it sure did affect the running of the engine. Much better mileage, less pollution. So I think you're right about working with the energy in the plasma and keep it in that state, because we're breathing plasma too, aren't we?
Yeah.
I passed the talking stick.
I don't know if anybody's seen on YouTube, there's a couple different videos where they clean up water using oxygen nanoparticles. And then what that does is that super oxygenates the water and helps clean it up. My feeling is that if you do it with GANS material, like CO2, you can do it with a lot less energy, let's put it that way. In other words, nanoparticle, nano the nano. Take the CO2 and make the GANs, and then super oxygenate it.
And that is a strong oxidizer. Yes, you smell that sometimes in operating rooms or different places where they pump ozone into there. And apparently it affects the bacteria or something. It keeps the growth down. I know we were playing back in my laundering days, we were playing with ozone in the washing cycle and trying to replace the chlorine with ozone. And it was working to an extent, but it didn't seem to whiten and brighten. The sanitizing aspect was there, but not the whiteness or the brightness of, let's say, a white sheet or tablecloth that would be. But we did play with that, and people had to wear ozone badges, and apparently there was a threshold, but you're working with it in the plasma or trying to work with it as a plasma.
Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Misty.
Yes. This is Misty from Michigan, and I don't know where this fits in, but I had an ionizer for cleaning air, and at one point the smell, it was letting out the smell, and I read that it was ozone in the air. So I'm not sure where that might fit in. I'm not an engineer or scientist at that point, but what ionizing does could fit in there somewhere.
Yeah, it does. When you do the super concentrating of the ozone, you ionize the oxygen molecules so that they become excited and let's say attract and repel certain things. It's like you're changing the magnetic fields of the oxygen, and they operate differently.
So it would be different between water and oxygen then.
So in the water, you're doing the same thing. Ozonating or oxygenating the water with the ozone treatment, you're exciting the water molecules and you're changing them to be different. So if you were to drink that oxygenated water, it's in a different state. It's in a different state of matter. And now if you think about that's in a matter state, now do it in a plasmatic state. So what we also did, earlier on was we did a lot of experiments with the GANS material where we use the homeopathic method to strengthen the GANS material through shaking. Shaking and putting it in blenders, for example. And you can still do that. You can strengthen your GANS material by shaking it up or putting it in a blender and amplifying the strength of it. and you hold on to that strength through something like we used to use vodka to hold the strength. Otherwise, it dissipates rather quickly.
Is this what you would call negative oxygen? Or is that something else? I know in the air enhancement unit, Mr. Kesh has referred to negative oxygen.
It changes the charge of the electrons, so maybe we're talking a similar thing.
I'm not sure if ozone is ozone considered negative oxygen? It's stronger, right? I mean, it's O3.
Yeah, O3. So you have 3 electrons.
Maybe it's not matched. Is that why it's considered negative? I'm not sure at all.
I didn't want to take you completely off topic, but you asked, and that's what I'm working
No,
on.
that's fine. You've shown us a lot over the years and so on. And we know you're always up to something out there, and I'm sure waiting for your universal units as well as the vertical units too. So that's all coming into place, hopefully in the coming period. We're probably after midnight in Europe. We'll probably start losing a few people here. Is there anything else anyone else would like to add to this session today?
Hello, Mark.
Yes, go right ahead.
Oh, hello,
Jefferson, thank you.
everyone. It's Jefferson from Brazil. I would like to point out a doubt that I've been having. It's not in this subject that we were talking about. It's more specific about the scientific study that we were using as a guideline to bring the cup of life to the people who are needing. Right now, we haven't had access anymore throughout the link that we used to have to bring this knowledge freely. But for instance, in my case, when we had it free, I downloaded this scientific study, so I could, even not having the connection to the net, I could have it to study by myself and to bring it to save someone or to give directions to help others. But right now it is not available anymore. So I would like to see the procedure that we can use if we just do you know what I mean? If anyone, I was watching something, I think in Canadian Telegram group had this problem as well. We cannot share. So I'd like to know what the procedure we should use, not to offend the direction on copyrights and whatsoever. And that's a doubt that I have that I'd like to clarify if I can.
Oh, Alex has his mic open.
Yeah, it's an interesting question because from what I'm finding in the Canadian group here, whether it's available or not, the people don't want to listen to it. So we're having a situation where some people are getting affected, and so they're asking for help, and they don't really know what they're asking for. And this week was particularly interesting because I've had a gap where I haven't had anybody ask me anything. They just kind of tolerate me. But the thing is that, you know, how do you explain to someone who doesn't want to learn, but they need it? So the difficult part for, well, what I've been trying to do is I provide them the GANS water, and I give them the instructions on how to do that, and I try to gently bring them around, you know. But the way the society is we are so, you know, engulfed with our own selfishness. So, you know, as long as I'm okay, then I'm okay, you know. And you know, your problem is your problem, and my problem is my problem, and this is so counterintuitive to the way the plasma science works, and it all has to do with you know, the point of view. So we see the gain with ourselves, but we don't see the synergy that develops by having someone else come around. And we just have to keep trying. We just have to figure out within our own way and kind of play it. How should we say? Just, you know, play it by ear. That's a figure of speech. That you know, explain as much as you can without explaining too much. And if it's welcome, then it'll be accepted. And if it's not welcome, it's only going to go in one ear and out the other. The thing is that for some reason I found, and it only happened within the last couple of days, I've had requests from you know, 5 different people, and this is from a population that is just totally in denial. And it's so difficult because we're constantly bombarded 24 hours a day with the news, and it's so well contrived. So you really have to be solid within your knowledge, and that's the key point. You have to have a consistency. You have to be solid. You have to be repetitive, and you have to have conviction. And if your intent is true, then that will manifest. And if your intent is not true, then it just kind of ends up being kind of fluff. But we're seeing kind of a little difference. Something's happening in Canada here, which I can't explain it. And it's really very, very good news because the general population knows that something is wrong. And this a lot has to do with the collective consciousness that is going around this planet. So as long as we keep gravitating to the old science, you know, we're going to be stuck in there. So it's kind of like being held back with a rubber band. You know, the gravitational magnetic fields go both ways. And if we can turn around the energy 180 degrees, then what becomes gravitational will become magnetical. And so there has to be a pioneering spirit to interact with other energy fields. Everybody has to go through this. I mean, this is how we came here in the first place. So it's a really tough question to answer, Jefferson, because the souls have to decide that before you decide it physically. And that's kind of the key there. So it's, you know, hard hard to explain that, because if you're trying to explain something physically from a plasmatic context, that's always been the challenge. But have faith in what you're doing, and have a surety in what you're doing. And you don't have to ask for anything in return. It's the unconditional giving that gives you the strength. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, Alex, wonderful. Thank you very much. It was very, very deep, and thank you very much. But the question is just to be correct, and not only with the intentions to do the right thing, because sometimes you think that you're doing the right thing, and you know that you're doing the correct thing.
No, not only, Jefferson, you're saying not only with the intention. Yeah, you have to have the intention. You have to have the intention, but don't contrive the intention. You know, don't contrive the situation. It comes naturally. You set yourself up as a as you know, in baseball, the players have a catcher's mitt. You know, so you have to set yourself up as a receiver. You have to be open to it. You have to open to have the energy come to you. If you don't open up to it, it won't come. And that's the problem for a lot of people. They shut off everything else. And only in their desperation do they open up. And then they open up only temporarily and say, well, just help me, please. And, you know, if you help me, and I'll be quite happy, and I'll just go on my way. And this is one of the things that I've seen over the years, because a lot of people know my story, and then they say, oh, you know, I have problems with my family with illness, whatever. Can you help me? And I help them, and I don't hear from them again, you know, because that's all they want. They just want for themselves, but they don't understand that they're part of the process. You can't extricate yourself up from the situation. So, you know, don't make an apology that you say it's just from your intention. That is the key. That is the key. If your intention is genuine, you can't fake sincerity. And least of all, you can't lie to yourself. So this is a mistake a lot of people make. And they figure, well, you know, I know I'm lying, but, you know, I think I fooled you. And that's the first mistake right there. And that's the beginning of the end. So, you know, why we're all here is because we do want to help each other. And is, you know, for me, like I said, the question is at the beginning of the day, can I contribute somehow to this world to make it a better place at the end of the evening than it was in the morning? And sometimes we really have to dig to find out where we have really contributed. But there isn't always a one-to-one relationship, you know, just like what you do today, what we talk about today, for somebody, it may not benefit them for 2 weeks or 2 months down the road. So we don't need to look for that immediate gratification. All of us, you know, put out the good intention, and those souls who are ready will pick it up, and those souls who aren't ready will get ready. And that's everything in its due course, you know. But please carry on with your fine work, Jefferson. The world needs it. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much, Alex. It's always wonderful to listen from you. Your view and your experience, and the way you I can feel that you bring not only your teachings, but we can really feel your points, and in a different level, as I think everyone here. That's amazing. But that was just a doubt that I have, really, because also this study, scientific study, is not available anymore. I think we cannot keep them.
What are you talking about?
What?
What
Now?
are you talking about? The scientific studies are not available. What are you talking about?
Yes, because that's my doubt. Because nowadays the link that you click to go to the free scientific study that we used to have available, it's not available anymore.
So what? So what?
No, the question is because we were using as a guide. So we don't know, due to the copyrights of this book, we can share this knowledge from this book, you know. That's
But Jefferson, you know, I talked about it several weeks back. You remember the story of Atlantis?
The story of what?
The story of Atlantis.
Atlantis?
Yeah.
More or less, I don't know exactly.
Well, there was a land and it's gone. And and apparently, you know, the Atlantic Ocean came in its place. The point I'm trying to make is the artwork in Mexico and the artwork in Persia is the same. And the books are burnt and the people are gone. So the knowledge is in the clothing. The knowledge is in the artwork. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yes, perfectly.
I even spoke a couple of weeks ago about the codons, you know, the I Ching, you know, 2000 years ago, they have a complete description of the 64 codons in the structure of the DNA. And we call ourselves modern people. You know, this is the fallacy that we have. You don't need to have the book, you know, you have the cup of life, and you know, you're a wonderful human being, and you just need to have faith in your knowledge. This is not a cult. You're not following some belief system. This is the reality. Okay, this is, you were born. You know, do you want to have a debate on whether or not you were born? Like, this isn't, you know, a form of entertainment going back to the time of Socrates. What we need to do is we have a social upheaval. And the gift that we've been given has been the total collapse of the system that has been manifesting itself for many, many years. Thank you, Jalal. Thank you for all your fine work. But you have to have the confidence in yourself, because you are the messenger also. And you don't need, you're not a postman. You're not a, what do you call it? Where you're delivering the mail or delivering computer links or something like that. You're a human being and a contributor to this planet. So you need to have that confidence and share it with people. I'm encouraging you. I'm encouraging all the knowledge seekers. We are all part and parcel of the process. And this is why, for my classes in particular, and maybe it's a skill I've developed over the years, but it's one of the reasons I don't have a script. So you know, I can't coast through this thing. When I do a presentation, I have to be. I hope you're hearing on my internet. When I do a presentation, I have to be focused on knowing what I'm saying, because if it doesn't make sense to me, how's it going to make sense to you? But, you know, when I try and answer your question, I don't just answer the words that you're asking me. I'm answering the question from the intention and the heartfelt and soul-felt intention. That's what I try and do anyway. So I can only gauge my success with you know, the feedback I get from the students, but I have to have a confidence in my work, and that comes from working at it. It doesn't come easy. Spend the time, you invest the time. And I know that you invest an enormous amount of time. And I know Danilo invests an enormous amount of time. So this is demanding respect. And above all, you need to respect yourself, because you're doing that. You don't need approval from anybody else. Anytime you start to seek approval, you start wasting your own energy. You know, the only approval that you need is from the universe to know that you're building your soul, not depleting your soul. Thank you so much, everybody. And Mark, I want to thank you very much for all your effort. And I thank everybody for going through us all this time for another wonderful Sunday afternoon. I appreciate it. I look forward to seeing you all next week. I'm signing off. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much. Wonderful.
As Diane
Glad to go.
stated in the chat, thank you, beautiful knowledge seekers, for beautiful sharing. So we're setting a nice example for everyone. I'd like to thank everyone for being here, for joining and sharing and adding to the field strength. And this knowledge will continue to go out, whether it's in Brazil or in North America or in China, Iran, Africa, and so on. So we're all part of a bigger picture, as we're all connected, and we're all connected to the Creator. So I'd like to play this short clip, and it's a beautiful clip from the Universal Council. I will play the final disclaimer after that, and then the meeting will end. Does anyone else want to say anything else that that's been on the tip of their brain and they just haven't had the strength to open their mic? Feel free to do it now. Very well. And Ed, you have the understanding that you are going to edit out that small part that was put in there perhaps by mistake. And then we'll get that right into the chat on Telegram.
That is correct.
Thank you, Ed. Okay, I'm going to play this beautiful clip, and this little clip needs a lot of study as well. Some of the pictures go by a little bit fast, but we want to thank the Universal Council. We want to honor and acknowledge Mitra and her presence here on the planet and the fields that are being spread across all countries and all parts of this planet. So thank you, Mitra.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.